Okay, so that should be working now.
Check.
Maybe.
Oh, I can't really check because I like to save resources on my PC.
I see it.
Looks
Working?
good.
Okay, looks,
See
looks
everyone's
good.
pretty face.
Yay, we're looking good. All right. So welcome. We are live. So this is the campaign. I call it the Chosen Ones. Again, campaign name, just kind of direction as far as where we're all going and what we're going to do. In your inventory, you will find that there is a particular gemstone. So if you want to open your character sheets up real quick and take a look at the color of that, each one of you has a different color. The size-wise, it's kind of oval in shape, about an inch in length, crude, not very translucent, more like opaque. You may have this in a heirloom, some sort of ring, an amulet. You might just also carry it in your pocket. Maybe it's something that gives you luck. Regardless, there's a bond to it. You feel connected to it somehow, and it's definitely a part of you, right? It's something that you cherish and enjoy. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and just ping location of where you currently are on the actual map. So that should pan you all over to that.
Yep.
So you all right now are in the Forgotten Sea, traveling on a galleon-like ship known as the Striker. It is a sister vessel to the Wrecker. It's about 150 feet long, typical galleon. It stars like 3 masts, a lateen, and like a 4 or something. I don't really know sailing terms. We will get to the actual map so you can see the boat. But
Aft, starboard, port.
yeah, I do know those. I do know directions as far as like left, right, different, stern, bow, all that. So 100 miles off right now. You're entering into an area where there's kind of a current. So you can kind of see that the boats themselves are wanting to stay near the shore, getting into the somewhat of a current as they begin to work themselves between the Isle of the Blessed into Cedric Bay. That's kind of the common pathway that they go. The Forgotten Sea is exactly that. It's where ships go to be forgotten. So the crew right now is quite alert, especially with the weather. It's actually freezing rain right now. It's quite cold. Most of the crew are bundled up as best as they can, and there's like wooden mouths just kind of smacking on top deck. Very Deadliest Catch-esque with clearing out the rigging and the deck as best as they can. Most of the people on the actual ship are underneath. They're actually in the mid or lower decks. The passenger galley is at the bow of the mid deck. And then the crew galley is at the lower deck, as well as their bunks and storage. Most of the passengers are fairly common. You all are acquaintances. So for the past 2 weeks, sir, depending on when you all boarded the actual boat together, you have somewhat connected, being rather strangers in the midst of common folk. Many of these passengers are delegates, emissaries, other ones that struck rich, wanted to travel the world, have fun. You all seem to have kind of objectives, right? You have missions and quests, whereas many of these passengers just feel kind of like, meh, we're along for the ride. And none of them which really have like armor or weapons, which is something that is quite different from all of you. So you've kind of been together as far as the breakfast table, lunch table, not really knowing vivid details about each other, just acquaintances. Saying hi every once in a while. You might not even know each other's names. So when we get to the actual boat here, I'm going to go ahead and change the map. So this is the first map change, so hopefully you all are going to load in. I'm also going to ping just in case for the stream view, make sure that it's on the center of the map. You will notice that your tokens are down. Hopefully you have vision of where your tokens are. If not, please let me know. You currently are in rooms with walls around you, so you should be seeing somewhere on the map your token.
Oh, no, it's visible. Don't worry.
Yep. Okay. So I went ahead and just placed you in random cabins of this ship. I gave you a little bit more moderate accommodations given how much gold you all have. Most of the accommodations in these rooms are actually like sleeping mats, like bed rolls that are just laid out, maybe some straw underneath them, as well as hammocks. Trying to conserve on space. Bunks, as far as like stacking wise, those are actually for the crew, and those are down below. Right now, you all are in your individual rooms. These are, like I said, more moderate accommodations. The ceiling height of this right now, the mid deck, is pretty shallow, about 7.5 feet. You have a bed with mattress, actual cotton or linen blankets. Hello. There's a chest underneath the bed. Not much light in the room, given that you are in the mid deck of this ship. I'm going to go ahead and play some music. This will probably be the first time that there might be music here. I just want to let you know that you can configure the volume yourself. So if it's too loud and you can't hear people, you can go to the music icon at the top right of the screen, and you should be able to configure the volume independent of everyone else. So, the clock and calendar module that I had installed actually went through a breaking update. They decided to break it. I will try to use it as best as I can, but it doesn't really work that well. So the weather feature, the weather effects that I have, just don't work. And the clock though does change time, so that's good. Right now we're going to say it's the morning. It does say 10 o'clock. We're going to go and say that's 9 o'clock. Captain Kilu Yan is the captain of the Striker, and the Quartermaster Reuben is manning the helm currently right now. Most of the crew are above deck. Some of them are below deck, helping with storage. Now, Captain Kilu Yan is not happy at the last port that you all went to. He was told that Arthuria is closed by royal decree. The actual Talthars, the royal family, the King Reldor Talthar personally has signed a decree that will not allow ships to enter or leave the continent, and has actually conscripted boats from both Merlandar and Alathan, major port cities in the Gorn and Ethrina regions, and set up blockades, actual embargoes, right? And they're manned by clerics, paladins, and soldiers. So the captain right now is quite upset, but he has heard that there are boats coming from Temeria and landing in Merlandar, regardless of the blockade. That is kind of the whispers and the hush things that are happening. The captain has called a meeting. It was supposed to be at noon today, but he's moved it up into the next hour. So in 1 hour's time, the captain has called upon some of the passengers and crew to gather within the captain's quarters. You all have been called upon. Captain's quarters can be accessed by the upper deck through double doors near the, just underneath the actual wheels of the helm. So, I'm gonna let you all move around the boat. We go and unpause the game, kind of get used to maybe token movement, vision, whatnot. Don't necessarily need to roleplay just yet. It is kind of breakfast time. So if you want to kind of get bearings as far as the map goes, and then you can make your way to the galley of the mid-deck, which is the passenger galley, and that is at the bow of the ship. Which is the front of the ship, for those that don't know.
I could have inferred, but
Gonna
I
put that
don't
in
know.
my
I don't
notes.
know ships.
Let's go there.
Oh, the mother.
These stairs, do these stairs go down into the lower
They
deck?
do.
Oh, okay.
I worked very hard on shadow effects to make it look like stairs go down and up. Stairs are the hardest thing to make in maps, to make the directions of them, which way they go.
All right, but we gotta go up. Yes.
No, you just have to go to the front of the ship, not up.
Hmm.
So if you make your way to the front of the ship, you'll get to the galley.
I would take a seat at this table over kind of towards the wall.
That move
Back
I
back
really
up
don't.
against the wall.
Cool.
Kind of scope out the area, looking for anything of note.
I'm going to be
Recognizing
sticking
a
by
few
my
of the
best
faces.
friend.
Yeah. Best friend, sure.
Best friend.
That's what you wanna call it.
friend.
Nice.
We shared a cabin together. Had
Here we
great
go.
stories about the leader.
Every time.
I thought it would be pretty funny to put you both in the same cabin. So,
Oh, I'm gonna annoy him.
all right. Well, you made yourselves all the way to the galley of the ship. Right now, you see that most of the tables are occupied by people. Ale breakfast is being served. It's not really requested as far as an order. It's actually just common that the cook goes around sitting down food as really as soon as you enter it. There's not many options, especially on a ship like this. So, if you don't want ale, you can always have water and whatnot. But before we get into actual roleplay, we'll go around the table, so to speak, and we'll go through names, pronouns, and then brief visual descriptions of your characters so we have an idea of what they look like. So we'll start with Kyle.
Hello, I'm Kyle. I will be playing the wonderful Ghostwise halfling known as Paz. He's a wonderful 2'11", but he will tell you 3'1". He is a monk. Is very ascetic, just very basic, plain, gray clothes, gray vestment. Just it's kind of oldish. Looks like it hasn't been washed in quite a while, except for the last time probably fell off a boat. Just wonderful. Just a nice, tidy young man. He is a he, and he loves his leader very much. To which he is on this boat trying to find with his new best friend,
Nice.
who is also trying to find the leader.
All right. Haley.
Okay, so both my pronouns and my character's pronouns are she, her. My character is Nyera. She is a Feywild elf, currently aesthetically and emotionally in winter. And so she's got sort of mid-short white hair, very pale. Right now, I think she sort of sat at a table by herself, but she's looking at the table that have people she recognizes, and she's wishing she was sitting there, but she is not brave enough. And what else did you say? Sorry.
Just
Does she do anything?
No, just a visual description of your character, what your character's called.
Yeah, she's okay. She's slim. I think I said she's about probably like five, pretty mid average size. And she's carrying larger, heavier weapons.
Cool. All right. Cody.
Alright, I'm Cody. My pronouns and my character's pronouns are he, him. I'll be playing Varys Nightborn. He's a high elf of the moon elf variety, so he's got a very pale, almost with a hint of blue skin. Very long silver hair, probably goes down to about his mid-back, that's generally braided very tightly. He's about 5'9", a little on the smaller side, but and he's dressed in very ragged-looking leathers that have clearly been patched and repaired while on the road, and probably don't smell the best.
Nice. Michael or Mike? How do you want to be called?
Mike's fine.
Mike. Okay.
Yeah. I know you hate that.
We're both Michaels, so yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be playing Finn. You can call me Finn, but full name is Finn Asting. He's a him, he, him. I'm also a he, him. And he is essentially the stereotypical pretty boy of any kind of high school drama with the blonde hair and blue eyes. Except he has like a almost kind of concerned demeanor to him. He almost always looks like he's concerned or kind of watching doorways and things like that. Looks a little wary of his surroundings. He's about 6'2", so he's pretty tall, muscular. But carries a big great sword on his back.
All right, nice. Marissa?
Muted.
Yep,
you
your
have
mic's-
you have
your
push
mic's
to
off.
talk. I believe you have push to talk. Maybe that was one
I
thing. We,
There you
yeah,
Yep.
I tried to change it. I don't know. That's kind of funky. Sorry.
okay,
Hi.
we can hear you.
So I am playing Naya, and we are both she/her. She is a ethereal wood elf druid, and she comes from a very insular society. So she's very inquisitive, a little awkward in social situations, and doesn't know a whole lot about the outside world because her people kind of shun knowledge of anything other than their society. They have this sort of utopian thing going on. So yeah, that's her.
All right, cool. Luigi.
They might as well just call me by Luigi online. FYI, it's not my actual name. Just saying.
That's fine.
That's what I go by. Oh yeah, just my character's just name is Grace. She goes, pronouns are he, she, her. That's all I feel like all the important bits. I mean, she's a very calm, very reserved human cleric. No,
Okay.
no. Instead of the usual other tie, she seems like she's got some. She seems like she's got some very basic, black and blue dress. Those must being covered by the cloak due to being very cold right now. No, they have messed around. They could just honestly have like a small but very ornate short sword by their side. Though it doesn't seem like they actually use it. It seems like they just keep it on them. It seems very important to the way they hold it.
Cool. All right. Well, with that, you all are described. You can call me Michael or Freshness, whatever you prefer. You can also just say DM, please
The
help.
fresh master.
The Freshness, that's fine. You actually want to know where that name comes from. It was from the Old Spice commercials with Terry Crews.
Huh.
I
So-
get it. The M in GM stands for Michael.
That is true.
I got it.
The Grand Michael.
The Grand Michael. There you go. Okay.
Found out the plot.
Well, at this stage, since all your characters are described, breakfast is being served. This going around just looks like a kind of a small, slight porridge. Maybe some ale tossed around, some water. Not much of anything. Maybe bread. These are very typical rations on a ship, especially now that it's gone through almost a 8-month to 9-month voyage. This striker before it's actually made port back in Olathe, the Farwater Company. So it's heading back for repairs and back to its main port, its home city, is where it's hoped to go. Obviously, that's not happening and that's not the plan. So hopefully, maybe that gives you an idea of how upset the captain is, knowing that he wants to go home, get some leave, perhaps. So I'll leave it if you all want to role play a bit with your characters and whatnot. If not, we can go ahead and advance to an hour and go into the captain's quarters, whatever you would like to do.
Right away. Finn
Grace just wondering like what got the captain all so upset. It's gotta be really, really, really bad.
Finn points over to Nayara and speaks to Naya and says, "She looks like you. Is she from your people?"
She looks like me. Oh, Nayara, and she'll call over to her. Come
Mary's
sit with
just like,
us.
don't perceive me. But she like steals herself. Let me go
If you
see.
shift and drag, you can.
I was more of like trying not to overlap because it has to be on a square. It's like she sort of like doesn't know where to, or I don't really know where to put my body, and eventually I just sit down, and I don't have enough pretenses, so I'm just like, are you not eating that? Is that?
Oh no, you can have it. She just pushes it over.
Immediately.
Don't you need to eat? Don't.
Oh
All of us.
no, I'm not hungry. Enjoy it.
I believe you.
Where do you come from?
Well, I came from a ship. Didn't quite make the journey. Not super happy about that. What about where do you come from?
That's a long story.
We have
He came from the stars. I saw
Yes.
it. It's incredible.
It's not quite true, but
Oh, okay.
thank you.
The stars?
In a sense.
It just eats faster. It's just like cool.
Maybe I'll get into it more later. That's
Naya, do you get a lot of friends from the stars? Was this your first friend from the
I
stars?
talked to the stars a lot, but he was the first person I ever saw that came from the stars. My people talk to the stars quite often, though. Don't you?
That's normal, right? I'm confused, but that's normal, right? Do you talk to the stars? I'm looking at Finn.
I don't talk to stars, no. But I was among them.
Regret.
Oh, are those other people we recognize? And points over towards the table just across.
Varys!
Uh,
Gruel! It's my favorite. This is the best cruise I've ever been on.
every morning with this. It's the only cruise you've ever been
Gruel
on.
and hardtack, and I'm just chuffed.
I can clearly, you clearly explain like I can clearly tell I'm very excited, but please keep it down.
Just
It's
give
the
me your ale,
excitement.
Paz.
Every day, it's more biscuits.
Yeah.
There's barrels of them.
You can enjoy the biscuits without being so loud.
Oh,
Did that leader of yours ever feed you?
That's only the finest of gruels and biscuits. It's wonderful. He's graced this ship.
You think he brought these biscuits onto this ship?
Don't be silly. No.
Oh,
I'm just so happy they're here.
they remind you of him.
They are fantastic. Just like mothers used to make. Just
How are you?
really, as I try to bite down and 3 or 4 bites to get through it.
Where are you putting all of that? He points at the biscuit.
It's the chew. I'm going to enjoy and savor them.
But you're so small, where does it go?
You never ask questions. You just eat.
Okay. Thanks. Just walks away.
It's fantastic. Do you not want your take?
Oh man.
I think
We
they're
all
all
do.
refreshing.
Yeah, that does.
There's Michael.
What's up?
We're
Did you
missing
crash?
Kaz and Varys.
There you go.
No.
They're there.
Never left. I'm always in your hearts.
Ate too much, dropped right out.
Finn just takes one of the biscuits that you offer and just, thank you. But he doesn't eat it, he just holds on to it.
And I'm just gonna sit there and look. You to your mouth. 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 That chew.
This is good, I guess.
There's what? Nobody know how to eat a biscuit.
I know how to eat the biscuit. I don't want the biscuit.
He doesn't eat biscuit.
If you don't like biscuit, I can totally eat that if you don't want that.
Sure. He hands the biscuit over to
Immediately. Just gnaws.
That was a gift from Paz.
When you say it like that, it sounds kind of weird.
No, he just really likes giving gifts.
I'm gonna stand up and like loudly drag my chair over to like the middle, like over, you know, like um, in between Varys and Paz. And then I'm going to go grab Grace and I'm going to say, come on, come on, come on, you're too far away. Come, come, come. And then I'm going to say, sit down and say, oh, this is better. Hi.
Like,
Did you sleep well?
I know you. I know you hear about all the new experiences, but like, I would have just walked myself if you just asked me.
Oh, no, that's okay. I don't mind.
Varys, she put herself between us.
It's okay. You're gonna be fine. You don't have to be 2 feet away from me the whole
I-
time.
You say that.
I'm not the leader. Remember,
Then,
we're
like,
trying to
what's-
find the leader.
You want to find the leader, and
Yeah.
Paz shall lead you to the
I want to
leader.
find the leader so that you can find the leader.
We will both be under the leader.
Yeah,
Then,
sure.
like, looks between the two of you and says,
Sometimes I envy others' mirth.
Finn looks between the two of you and goes, "Are you his father?"
No,
Don't be
definitely
silly.
not.
I think they're best friends. I don't.
Duh.
It
There's
seems like
that word
they're.
again.
It's. I think they said it.
He said it for sure.
Varys is new best friend of Paz.
Well,
Is friendship
I,
something you choose? Varys, you're not.
No, I didn't choose this.
He chose to come back to life by the hands of Paz.
So dramatic. You helped me stitch some wounds. Wasn't dying.
And then thus we became friends.
wow.
Blood was shed.
It's a really good
My blood.
story.
Not
Yes.
yours.
Well, yeah. Paz is too good to be hit. Go ahead. Try it. Try it. Try it.
I'm
Try
not
it,
gonna
Naya.
hit you.
Try it. Try to hit me. Go
Don't
ahead.
hit him.
Can't.
Finn pulls out his greatsword.
Oh shit!
Should I?
No.
It would seem a poor idea in front of other people.
Does hitting each other make us friends?
That's what he's saying.
He cannot.
He kind of raises the greatsword a little. Are you
I
sure?
mean, it's both of your prerogatives.
Please don't.
I fully cross
He puts
paths.
his
Just
greatsword back.
Paz,
One
very
sec.
powerful.
Just hold on.
We're gonna go for the first roll. Paz, go ahead and roll an acrobatics check.
I'm just sipping ale.
Paz, you are struck. Just gently, glancing blow.
Oh, we're friends now, correct?
You have hit Paz.
That makes us friends. Those were the rules, right?
Paz respects you.
Excellent.
Good. She's your new best friend now.
And I'm just gonna go, oh, Varys, you will never
now have
leave
one
my
friend.
side.
Until I find this leader.
I'm just gonna continue back eating very stale crackers and gruel.
I think I'm gonna head topside. Look for Captain.
So Finn, as you begin to head up the stairs, the bell begins to toll. We're going to go ahead and advance it into an hour. It's 10 a.m. The meeting will be had. Are all of you going into this meeting? You are requested.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and activate the new map for the captain's quarters. So you come into the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters is slightly taller, about 8 feet in ceiling height. The room about is actually scattered light from mosaic stained glass windows at the stern of the actual ship that go into a small balcony fit with a tender, which is actually like a life raft for a galleon. It has oars and a sail equipped to it, which actually on top deck, in order to get to here, you had to go through the top deck. There's more tenders along the side as well, lashed about with small pulleys. You come into this captain quarters. It's very small as far as what it could be. You see that there is a sort of a desk, kind of administration area with a small miniature, like kind of like a globe, several different scrolls, charters, maps, kind of dot about. They're very haphazardly scattered in the sense that this person does not manage them very well. There's a door to the north perhaps leading into the actual cabin for the captain. You see the captain right now is sitting at the head of the table, currently looking through a small notebook as he's just kind of looking through. Doesn't appear to pay too much attention to you all as you come in. There is a couple of the crew as well as deckhands that are kind of scattered about the room, none of which are actually at the table. The captain himself is an older human male. It's about 50 to 60 years old, graying brown, short, wavy hair, has fierce green eyes and weathered features. Remarkably, he looks a lot like someone from Black Sails. If you catch the reference there, as the token. His stubble is quite long, but he never has a full beard ever. He wears a long black coat over a brown and golden leather vest. Underneath a dirtied white cloth blouse is tucked into black leather trousers and black leather boots. A lot of black. A black leather belt wrapped around his waist holds his rapier. In fact, he has 2 rapiers on either side, as well as a bandolier full of daggers or throwing daggers. He does also have a few leather purses, perhaps for coins and other maritime instruments. As soon as you enter in, like I said, he pays not really too much notice. He's looking through the notebook and he kind of begins to usher with his hand this way to sit about the table.
As I enter, I immediately kind of put my fist to my chest and give a slight bow and say, Captain Yan.
Yes. Sit down.
Just give me a moment.
Well, you're probably wondering why I called you all here. I've called some of you as well. Crew, the port of Arthuria, Alathan, specifically, is closed. Not entirely sure where we're going to go next. Being that, we have to make some serious decisions before we get into the actual channel headed for the blockade if we do dare run it.
How unfortunate.
Yes, it's fortunate indeed. I'm really not sure. It's the first time this ever happened. I've been captaining the Striker for over 2 decades now. This is the first time anything like this. And a royal decree, nonetheless. The Talthars themselves, they take things very seriously when they do.
What do you need us to do?
Nothing. I just called you in to make a decision. What we're going to do next. Being all as you seem quite capable. Seen you about the deck, and their quarters, whatnot. My quartermaster Reuben puts you all of high note. Some of the crew even, knowing that you are all armored and weaponed. If we do attempt to run the blockade, I'll be calling upon you all for help.
I will answer that call, sir.
Captain,
Yes.
is the blockade directly at the mouth of Cedric Bay?
I'm not sure. Reports-wise, and people in passing, ships that have left before the blockade was set, seeing as it was set. It does appear to be so.
So no matter how we navigate, that's where we'll find resistance.
Yes. Indeed.
Sometimes you just have to let it go. Sometimes it's just hard decision after hard decisions. There may be no right answer.
That is true.
So your plan then is to run the blockade?
I have done some things in the past before in the dead of night, smuggling and sorts. A ship this size, though, going through a blockade like that, in the night, I think we would be spotted for sure.
The only other thing I can think of, if we either do that, or we stay stranded out here at sea. Either which sounds appealing, some might as well do the one that gets us to land.
That is true. We could also try to go around and get to Melandar. I've heard there's ships, Marian, Elvish ships, carrying soldiers going into the city there. We might be able to, I don't know, disguise ourselves somehow.
It would be hard to disguise the ship, however.
That is very true indeed. So I'm quite at a loss. I don't really know. He begins to pour from a metallic pitcher into a clay mug.
Well, if the worst happens, I'll be ready.
Rum, anyone? Rum?
Yes.
Offers the
Yes,
first rum.
please.
Yes.
What
I
is
think it's quite necessary right now. Begins to walk around you all, begins to pour it out into your actual kind of mugs that are scattered about the table.
Finn takes it and goes, "What is rum?" And then takes a sip. And immediately he goes, "What is that?"
Looks like, lad, you have quite a lot to learn. Taps you on the back. Just you'll enjoy it eventually when you get to my age. It's the only thing that puts you to sleep sometimes.
Paz does not partake of mind-altering liquid.
Don't worry, Paz. I'll drink yours as usual.
Varys?
Give it here.
If you will.
There's a pitcher of water there on the table if you don't prefer to have any sort of intoxicating effects or joy in life.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I would personally just take the water. Thank you very much.
Help yourselves.
Captain,
Yes.
do we have any allies perhaps in Felgem or in Junrula?
The Isle of the Blessed is a place no one dares goes. It's supposedly there was some sort of school there, place of powerful magic, long since ruined. The Talthars, I'm not entirely sure the stories, but they believe the Talthars made their way to shore there and quenched anything. People who have gone there, pirates and the sort, being people that talk on the dock, they say there's something to do with time, it changes, drives you mad. I wouldn't want to land there, and we are low in supplies. I highly doubt that the Isle has any sort that we can get.
Would they be expecting anyone to come from down and around that way?
Not sure if we hook it around the Isle and come in from the south, headed north into the bay. Is that what you're suggesting?
That is.
We could attempt to do it, but the blockade is set up in the mouth of the bay. The bluff cliffs high above, from north and south, are quite high. The blockade doesn't have to be that large. Just spaced out enough that they can see and spot you with the glass.
Well, I'm really good at spotting things. I use light cantrip in my hands.
He's a star.
Oh.
He's a
Oh
star.
no, he came from the stars.
Came,
Can I have more
maybe
rum?
it's the rum talking, but oof. Came from the stars. Well, you came from the heavens, came down.
He is a man of gas.
Well, not the heavens, but the around them, yeah.
Well, I don't really believe too much as far as religion goes, but that is very interesting indeed. I'm not sure how light is going to help us, but appreciate it.
He just kind of extinguishes the flame and or the light and looks really kind of sad.
It was cool. It was cool what you just did.
Thanks.
I'm gonna
Varys,
drink more
Varys.
rum.
What, Paz?
Paz was not impressed by the light.
Yeah, I'm sure the leader can do much more than small light.
What is up with you and the leader? You are very into him today, and I enjoy it.
Maybe you're starting to rub off on me. I don't know. Been too long on this boat.
We have issues at hand. You need to solve them.
I need to solve them.
Paz is here to be of assistance.
These issues will not be solved if we just panic. Need to think about this with a clear mind.
Captain,
Yes.
have you any news from the birds?
The birds? What are you? The birds?
Kind of
birds,
looks
like-
around at everyone.
The birds fly.
Do you talk?
She's really good at that.
Tweet,
Bird.
tweet.
Well, surely you've consulted with the birds. I mean, they could answer these questions. I'm sure of it.
I
Could they not?
literally have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, that is a good thing to do if you want to consult the birds. Is she like this normally? Is this a normal thing?
It's
Her
awesome.
best friend's a star. We don't.
I see. Is this something you do? You talk with birds?
Oh yes. I mean, I talk with all manner of creatures, but birds certainly.
What information will they give you?
Well, I don't exactly follow what's happening, but I could ask them any questions that you tell me to.
Interesting. Well, I mean, news on the blockade would be good. You see, he begins to kind of pet the slight stubble that's beginning to form, and with that, the bell on the upper deck begins to toll. Just outside the double doors, you hear a ring, 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 and you hear the voice of a gruff human male. Captain! Captain, it's the wrecker! Captain, make yourself to top deck now!
Finn just scoots his chair back.
Oh dear.
Captain stands. I suppose I'll be right back. More than welcome to follow me to the upper deck. Just outside these doors.
Finn just keeps walking right beside him the
Okay.
entire way up.
I
So
just
it's
hear
easy.
I hear a bell and I go.
Okay. You see as he gets up, he walks to the double doors and opens them. As far as maps go, elevation is quite hard, so we're going to go on to a new map.
Okay.
Is everyone in agreement to follow the
Mhm.
captain?
As we're leaving, Finn kind of gestures to Nia as well.
The top deck is cold. Paz does not approve.
Went ahead and already put your tokens down for you. You see right here is where you're kind of coming out of these double doors. You notice that the captain is somewhat ahead of you, begins to make his way up to the actual helm above, just slightly up the stairs. Turns to the quartermaster named Reuben. Reuben, what do you see? What is it? You see Reuben is actually staring out with glass right now, looking about a mile out where the wrecker is. There's something wrong with the wrecker, Captain. Something wrong indeed. And above it, too, look. As you stare up into the sky about a mile out, is a black cloud beginning to form. Lightning actually cackles into the cloud of pink and purple.
That's not a good sign.
Captain's shaking his head. It's not normal, Reuben. It's not normal. Looks about to all of you. What do you all make of this?
Oh, Paz is being punished
What-
for gluttony.
What do it like? Can I discern anything?
Roll perception.
First roll, baby. Well, actually, second roll. That is.
12. So, Finn, you stare off into the distance. Again, it's a great ways away, but these objects are quite large. This black cloud that is beginning to form almost seems to have manifested itself from the air above, just above the wrecker, below the cloud level itself. The actual lightning seems to come from the epicenter, stretching outwards and scattering about the rest of the actual clouds. And you notice in the distance, the wrecker is too hard to really see what's happening, but it definitely seems like the water itself and the crashing waves of the actual Forgotten Sea appears to be not unidirectional, so one direction, right? The waves aren't going in one direction; they seem to be going in different directions.
Can I'd also like to perceive it. I'd like to lean on the fact that I have keen eye, I believe.
Yeah, so you do have
Keen sensor.
proficiency in perception.
Yeah. So can I roll?
Grace would also be trying to peering out, though she actually would have a marginally easier time doing so.
Whoever wants to roll perception now to be able to get a better eye.
I'm just gonna
More than
do like
And
this.
I do that by clicking perception.
Yeah.
So Grace,
Oh
with the
my
9,
God.
you don't necessarily see any more than Finn does. Paz and Naira.
Terrible roll.
Paz and Naira, same boat. I would say Naira right now, probably a little bit less. You know, just
The
kind of
water, it rocks.
what's going
I
on?
think I think I just don't like looking at shipwrecks right now.
You're just like, what's going on?
Like,
It is Naya with a 23. You actually see on the left, which is the port and starboard side of the wrecker, appears to be large tentacles that are piercing the bottom deck of the ship. And some sort of whirlpool effect is surrounding it.
That is a creature. It's a creature. Do you see it? I'll call Finn over and point to him. Where it is.
Look, okay, like script my eyes and go. What kind of creature is that?
I don't know.
How does it summon clouds?
If there is
I know.
one, then it's nothing good.
Naya, go ahead and roll a nature check.
Oh,
12. I'm not entirely sure. Could be some sort of mollusk or cephalopod.
I think it might be a mollusk or a cephalopod.
That is a fail.
Did you just speak common?
Yes.
As Ruben's beginning to stare. Captain, this isn't good. Whatever's happened to the record might happen to us. I'm not entirely sure. With that, you also hear thudding on each sides of the ship. On the actual hull, you hear.
Bad.
Finn pulls out his greatsword. Sounds dangerous. And he moves to protect the captain.
Okay.
Varys, prepare for battle.
I can't
Can I-
stop laughing at Kyle. Your roleplay is super funny.
Is Kaz just like the penguin, but like good?
Can I look over the side of the ship and see if I see anything?
You do. You definitely see what you imagine to be 3 looking shark finned-like creatures with 4 arms, a tail, bipedal in nature, as they are actually beginning to climb on the sides of the ship. I'm going to go ahead and put them into the actual water right now, denoting that they are 10 feet below the actual railing of the ship. You see 3 of them at the present moment, all wielding crude, like bone trident weapons. As that's on their backside, they're using these claw fin appendages with their 4 arms. They're actually quite good at climbing, and they're kind of thudding into the actual wooden hull of the ship as they're climbing up. 10 feet
Can,
to make it over the railing.
Can I just... Finn's eyes kind of just go blue, bright blue, and he kind of senses around him using divine sense.
Okay.
Guys, we have a problem.
So right now, it's not an undead fiend creature. There's not necessarily any sort of a divine nature about these beasts. They appear to have no effect that you can sense.
Unfortunate.
I will say right now, before we get into combat, I would suggest taking a movement or an action before we actually roll initiatives. I do surprise attacks, but right now, since Naira went to the side of the ship and saw what's happening, I will give like a full kind of turn for everyone if they want to get themselves into position, knowing that you caught these creatures off guard before they actually board.
Finn would kind of stand towards the middle of where all these guys are coming from, and
Okay.
would gesture to everyone and say, "Stand with me,
Paz
friends.
is a master of combat.
Stand by me, and nothing shall happen to you."
Okay.
All right, are any of you long distance? Because if we could knock these guys off, that would be.
Paz's arm is 1.5 feet long.
All right. Okay, so
All right, are we all in position? Everyone feeling confident where they're at? Getting in position for these creatures as they come up? Okay, we're going to go into the first round of combat here, so please roll initiatives. You should be able to highlight over utility and the Token HUD UI and then click initiatives. And they will
Nice,
You're going to
Paz.
see a lot of dice rolling from me, or at least here.
remind me where that is. Sorry, utility.
Yeah, me too. Sorry.
Hover over
Oh, I see.
utility.
It's the word utility on the long strip.
A long strip of certain things. You
And
can
then
hover over.
initiative is right there. Roll initiative.
Yes, it'll
Very
drop.
sorry. Which button do I hold for advantage?
Advantage, so this is going to be tough. If you hold down Alt and click, it might roll advantage. I think we're going to have to do, for now, because of Foundry's
Just reroll.
incapabilities of doing initiative that way, we might just have you roll 2 initiatives and take the best one. So go ahead and try holding down Alt. If it doesn't work, just go ahead and roll it once more. Looks like it didn't work, so roll it again.
Yeah, I didn't.
Sorry, maybe right there.
So Luigi, go ahead and roll it again. Just roll it one more time.
And it's not letting me do it again.
Okay, I will go ahead and try to remove it for now, but I think for the sake of it, you have a +3 modifier, so just roll a d20 for me. Should be able to do that from the bottom right. And we will add 3 to it. All right, looks like the 17 is going to be the higher roll, so we're going to keep your initiative the way it is right now. simulating the advantage. And we're going to go ahead and start round 1 combat with Paz. You'll notice there should be an animated turn marker underneath the token whose initiative it is.
I do. So they're not up here yet, are they?
They are 10 feet below you.
I'm going to stand up over onto this side, and I'm going to ready an action. So when it comes up, I'm going to try and stab it off with the quarterstaff.
Sounds awesome. And is that the end of your initiative?
That will be the end of my turn.
All right, Naya.
All right, I am going to peek around this little corner here. Are they like threatening? Are they like? Do they look like they're definitely trying to hurt us?
Go ahead and roll insight. And I won't have that be an action, it'll be free, given that you've seen these creatures. 9. Seems pretty
They
threatening.
look all right to me.
I'm gonna say they seem
No,
pretty
they're not our friends.
The DC.
Fish
I'm
aren't
gonna-
friends.
They're definitely not our friends.
I'm just gonna say that she always views every creature as a friend, so I'm gonna hold my short bow fire until it actually attacks someone.
Okay. Awesome. All right, we're going to come to Reuben the Quartermaster as he begins to take the helm and turns it left as he begins to yell instructions and orders to the deckhands. One thing to note, I don't try to overload the maps with tokens, but there are a lot of like crew and deckhand up here. I just add a little bit of flair with tokens to give it some sort of a vibe, just because I don't want it too taxing as far as loading in. So Reuben the Quartermaster right now is giving directions, trying to turn the boat left, which I believe is starboard or port.
Port.
I cannot. Port? Is it port? There you go. And you see that the crew and the deckhands are going in unison with that, moving the rigging and things to move it left, trying to get out of the way of whatever is spotted attacking the wrecker. All right, Grace, it's your initiative.
She hasn't actually seen what these things are yet. So I say she just basically holds some action to let's force some necrotic energy at the first thing that acts hostile that comes from below the deck, below the side of the ship.
Okay. So readying an
Hold
attack.
action, hold action, cast Toll the Dead.
All right, sounds good. All right, we're going to come to one of the creature's initiatives. This creature hops over, kind of hunched down as it does. It begins to raise its trident over to you, Finn. Go ahead and take your hold action right now.
Gotcha.
So I believe Grace and Finn both
I haven't gone
have
yet.
attacks, right? Did you hold?
I haven't gone
You
yet.
haven't gone
Grace
yet?
and
Okay.
Naya.
All right, so go ahead, Grace, do your Toll of the Dead, and then when the creature swings, Naya, go ahead and do whatever you're going to do.
2.
All right, the creature is going to fail its saving throw. It takes 2 points of necrotic damage, and the creature takes its actual kind of trident-like spear and is going to come in for a strike towards you, Finn. That is going to be a 9, and that is going to miss. That's going to be the end of that creature's initiative. Naya did attack with its weapon towards Finn, so it meets your conditions to fire. Hover over it.
How do I target?
Not so quick.
Press T over it.
Well, okay.
Pressing T over it will target it, and then you have to go to your
There you go.
inventory and click your bow.
Nice.
22. Nice. That is going to be a hit. 8 points of piercing damage. As you see this creature kind of reel from the 2 points of necrotic, and as it does, it goes in for a stab. Finn's able to kind of do a glancing, almost like a parry, and then the arrow flies into the shoulder of the creature, kind of lurches, and this blue, almost copper-based blood begins to pour out from its scaly, shark-like flesh. That is going to be the end of that creature's initiative. We come to the next one. This one is going to hop over and attempt to swing at Nyera. Go ahead and take your hold. I believe you had a hold as well, right?
No, I hadn't been given
You
one.
hadn't
no.
gone yet? Okay. So this creature is going to
I
attack
need to
with
do a
its spear
save?
towards you. Well, we're going to see if it hits you. Attacks with an 11. That is not going to hit you. You're able to block that off. In this case, you actually kind of dodge out of the way of that one. That's going to be the end of that creature's initiative. Now we come to Varus Nightboard.
All right, I will move up here, pull out my rapier, and attempt to stab the one in front of Finn.
Oh boy. Nice. Nat 20. Way to be. 15
Oh,
points of
shit.
damage.
He's the leader's favorite.
So one thing to note, I believe I
That's
went
the
through
face.
on session 0, but criticals are done a little bit different than 5th edition. It is maximum critical dice. So you're going to see that criticals will do a lot of damage, especially for spells and barbarians specifically. So 15 points of piercing damage. So as you move up and you come in with your weapon, you stab it directly through the actual neck, pulling out this blue blood just kind of flies. You see the kind of guttural noise that it makes from its death as it crumbles down, and it is dead.
Good strike, Varys.
No problem.
Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
You don't want to. There's two
All
more.
right.
Varys,
So-
you got one more coming, and the one over here.
Got it.
All right,
He
so
takes like a bite of candy.
All right, so here's going to be the one tricky thing: is that my keyboard is dead.
yes. So what I want you to do is I want you to, you should be able to right-click that token that you're attacking, and you should see kind of a bullseye-like icon.
If you double right click, it'll do it.
And if you double right-click, it
Ah,
should target it as well.
thank you. Double right click. All right, so now it's targeted.
Yep. And then you want to go over inventory, or if and swing away.
Yeah. Is that my longsword? I also have dueling fighting style.
That should come out in the damage. It
It
does.
gains a
+2
plus
to your
2
damage.
bonus damage.
Yeah. You roll the d8 +3 +2 for your dueling. It's a total of 10 points of damage as you strike across from left to right across the creature, opening up its chest cavity. You see kind of like these different organs inside of the creature as it is. The creature's still alive, begins to wane left and right from the blow.
Is that it for me, or do I have?
You have a bonus action and movement. However, we are level 1. Most likely we don't have much to do.
Yeah, no, just checking. And I can't ready for the next time.
No, not necessarily. There's no readying for movement or bonus actions.
Okay, so that's me.
All right. We're going to come to the captain, Keelan Yon. Captain is actually going to dive off of this barrel, do kind of a ducking roll. As he does, he takes one of his rapiers and goes in for a strike at this creature. He is going to hit it with a 15 and deals a total of 9 points of piercing damage to the creature as he stabs through the right hamstring of the leg. And you see that this creature is beginning to almost limp, pull back, and blood is just pouring profusely, falling almost unconscious, but the creature is still alive. That's to the end of the captain's, Keelan Yon's initiative. We come to the last creature as it hops over. I
Yes.
passed, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Swing away.
You can do it.
Oh no!
Ah, 10. That's going to be a miss. You see as the creature ducks underneath your staff. Maybe you're slow. You're kind of short stature at this point. So you aimed a little too
Paz is
low.
not
and the creature
short.
kind of dived over it. Yeah, Baz is not
Just
short.
hopped it like a
This
jump rope.
creature's about
The boat.
7'2". So just to give you a
The
size
boat?
comparison. All right, this creature's going to come in for a spear strike towards you with the spear trident. It's going to be 14, and that is going to be a miss against your unarmored defense. You're able to
Paz is a master of evasion.
easily able to dodge it. No problem. All right, Finn, is your initiative.
Alright. Finn will kind of look left and right at each of them real quick, and then he'll make a snap decision and step towards the one with the Paz.
Okay.
And
You have flanking, so that'll be advantage. Hold down Alt when you swing.
Okay. And then he'll raise his greatsword, and he'll say, "Who will say who?" and swing. Oh, I did that. So.
That's okay. Go ahead and roll it again.
Yep.
It's going to be a nat 20, and the nat 20 does indeed hit. That's going to be 25 points of damage with the
Hey.
max critical 12 added onto there. You see as you take the great sword, having advantage with the flank, the creature's completely off guard as it went for a stab, and you just decapitate the creature clean. See the head as it flies off into the water. The creature kind of sways side to side as blood is kind of spurting from its neck region, and it just topples over and dead.
And then I just immediately turn back around and face the other one.
Okay.
So
Guys, I think we stand a really good chance of killing them. Seeing
Alright,
that there's only one left.
We are going to come to round 2. Before we get to Paz,
focus there.
Paz, you are actually the closest that you can potentially hear this in the midst of combat, but it definitely sounds like there are more creatures that are climbing up the hull of the ship. Right now, they are 20 feet below as they're climbing up.
There are many more that wish to die today.
What?
All right, Paz, it is your initiative.
I will take my walk over because I can, and it's still alive, and I don't feel like waiting for those dudes. I will strike at the almost dead beast.
Easy shot.
All right, 15 is going to be a hit that does 7 points of bludgeoning damage as the creature is kind of reeling from its wound, stabbed in the hamstring, or its chest kind of pulled open as well. You just waltz over with the staff and just kind of bonk it in the head, and you hear a kind of a small crack of the skull, and the creature falls down, dead.
Paz is a master of combat. I'll use the rest of my movement to move there.
Good hit, guys.
Yes, yes, you have proven yourself a friend of Paz. That's the end of my turn.
Naya.
All right. Seeing the other creatures, I will go ahead and I will use 35. Yeah, my full movement to go here, and then I will take a shot at that guy.
So those creatures right now are actually 20 feet below. They're still climbing up.
Oh.
So I had them on the map because Paz actually was close to them, can hear them, and even see them from the side. I
Okay.
don't believe, Paz, you communicated that before you. I think you said there was more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
did.
that's all I did.
Quickly. But as far as
Okay.
direction, you don't necessarily know.
So I won't do that. I'm just going to stay here, and if anything else attacks my friends, I will shoot it with my short bow.
Sounds like a plan. All right, we come to Reuben the Quartermaster. Same thing, still steering the ship, yelling out commands. And should have closed out Steam because that popped up the notification, which interrupts my turning of initiative. Grace, it is your
That's
initiative.
bad. She'll just move up a bit. Just moving up a bit, just stick by to the rest of them. And then just loudly, just say out loud, "Stay on your guard. I won't lose anybody here. Not today, at least."
Okay.
And just do the same hold action till the dead. See if
Okay.
any of those weird creatures come out.
Sounds like a plan. The first creature comes out onto top deck. As it does, it kind of lands, looks left and looks right. It's actually very drawn into the bow of the ship as it begins to stare in that direction and yells some sort of guttural language, which I don't believe any of you actually speak going through your character sheets. That is going to be the end of that creature's initiative. Grace, it beats your condition to cast Toll of the Dead.
It's
Already ahead of you.
the front over here.
Creature fails with a 5, but only 1 point of necrotic damage as the creature kind of shakes his head under some sort of condition. Not really sure, but not too much damage that it really pays that much attention to. That is actually going to be the movement of the creature, and the creature is going to take a actual dash in an attempt to make its full movement speed, which is 25 from that, because it does have to make that small climb up the railing, and appears to be headed in the direction of the bow. I want to also maybe give a little bit of a description of the ship since you've been up here for quite a while. The anchor mechanism is on the bow of the ship.
Ah,
Boris, it is your initiative.
Okay.
Boris, there, faster, get them!
Yeah, don't have to yell at me.
There's the anchor.
I will move to the stairs, and then I will cast my Blood Maledict, Blood Curse of Binding on them.
That's going to be a failure with a 12. Your DC is 13, yeah?
Mhm.
All right, the speed has been reduced to 0, and they cannot use reactions until the end of your next turn. I will probably, after this session, between session 2, I will go ahead and make a condition that I can put on the actual creatures. So, but for now, we're going
Cool.
to say that one is cursed.
And that was my bonus action. So I will then. Yeah, that I'll actually just hold here.
Okay. Sounds good. Naira, it is your initiative.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna charge it, I think. And I have, how much movement do I have? 30 feet.
You have 30 feet, and you could take your action to dash, moving upwards of 60 feet in lieu of attacking.
In lieu of attacking. Well, let me see, how far am I? If I want to get over there, that's... I think I'm gonna... No, I'm gonna move 30 feet.
Okay.
I think. No, I'm stupid. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the full 60 feet.
Okay.
Let me see. I think I have to go 30 here, and then it's yellow.
Yellow doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a guide to tell you that the yellow range means you're dashing.
Okay.
Anything else?
I can't attack?
All right.
Did you say?
No, you used your action to dash, so cannot
Okay.
attack.
Still pretty new to this. Is there anything that I can do?
You do not have your action surge quite yet. You only have a bonus action left, and the only bonus action feature you have as a fighter is Second Wind. However, you have not taken any damage. So
Right. So I'm gonna have a wonderful opportunity now. Take some damage.
maybe we'll see.
If it hits me.
Yeah. All right, we're going to end your initiative, your turn there, and we come to the captain, Keelit Yan. The captain is actually going to hop over the railing and make his way to the helm as he begins to take the glass and help the quartermaster Reuben. At the same time, he's going to look forward and notice these creatures are making their way for, at least this one is making way for the bow, as he begins to yell, "Stop them! The anchor!" Finn, it is your initiative.
Yes, sir. No, hold on, begin running. 30. I will ready my action for if anything comes within range.
Okay.
As I'm standing here to take a swing with my greatsword.
Sounds like a plan.
That's it.
All right. We come to the next creature's initiative. As this creature does, it hops over within your range. So go ahead and take a swing at it.
Alright. So
19, that is going to be a hit. That deals a total of 6 points of slashing damage as you cut across its abdomen region, taking one of its arms. It doesn't seem to be too phased, but it is bleeding. Now, noticing that you are attacking it, it's going to turn and look at you. Not necessarily too intelligent, as it was fixated on the bow, but now it's turned and now fixated upon you. It's going to come in for a bite. So it tries to kind of like lurch onto you with the teeth. Oh, I need to refresh.
Oh,
I-
it's being dumb again, isn't it?
All right,
I think it's hard.
we back. So I will. Also
I am good.
All right. Well. Okay. Good. So I'll probably take a look at the debug config logs of Jitsi. Maybe we can make any changes to make it so it doesn't crash. But it comes with the territory sometimes.
I mean, 2 in a night's not terrible.
Got us back right away.
Yeah, it does a decent job as far as handshaking and getting you back into it. It does. Except Finn's not here.
We do need Finn. Finn is about to attack.
He did attack on my end.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
He did, yeah. So this creature went for a bite. That's actually going to be a miss with a 6. And I'm just going to hold on for just a little bit. We cannot see you.
Didn't know I gave a little speech bubble. That's fun.
Oh, the speech bubble? Yeah. That is a fun one.
I had a character in my other game that was using telepathic speech and just yelling at someone, and I truly wish it was just popping up.
I think he's refreshing right now, so...
Yeah.
In fact, he's reloading in.
There he is.
There we go.
Okay.
When in doubt, refresh. That's what I always
Yeah,
say.
I did it like 4
Off
times.
and on, off and
I will.
on.
I'll probably look through the actual logs here and see what is happening. I might have to make some corrections or changes with some things, but we'll see. Comes with the territory for session. So, the creature missed you with a 6. That is, you're able to kind of glance on your armor. Again, it was lurching at your shoulder. It towers above you just slightly, about a foot. So it comes at you, launches, it kind of bites down, but you're able to resist that with your armor. That's going to be the end of that creature's initiative. We come to this next creature, which actually that's going to be the full movement there to get to that point. And then this creature is going to make a dash all the way to the anchor mechanism as it begins to grab onto the anchor with all 4 of its arms and attempts to move it. Given that it's used its entire dash to get over there, that is the end of what it can do. Come to round 3.
Can I take my attack on the one that attacked?
You
Finn?
can't. Go for it.
Okay. Is it in my line of sight from where I am now? This right here?
It is. These railings in particular are not very tall. This creature is 7'2", so this creature is towering over these 3-foot railings.
Great. So I will aim and attack with my short bow.
You were rolling so good tonight.
23, 9 points of piercing damage as an arrow flies with pinpoint accuracy into the side of the creature's right side, between both of his arms. Right, you kind of get towards the ribs, almost where you imagined like a humanoid's lungs would be. Creature
Don't
is still
forget, you're
alive,
going to
but
teach me how to do that.
bleeding profusely. All right, Paz.
Paz has very tiny legs. And will only go to here. I will, however, throw a dart at this one.
Okay.
Apparently I forgot I had darts. I'm not good with darts.
13 will hit, 7 points of piercing damage as you run up very nimbly and you kind of zip the dart right between the eyes. Just kind of with a small thud, and the creature falls off the railing and is dead.
Paz?
That
Did
was
not
surprisingly
expect
effective.
that to happen?
Great throw, Pass.
Keep doing that.
I'm the best.
Finn kind
Not
of raises
let
his
up.
head back up because the dart like went just over his head. He raises his head back up and goes, good shot.
Your well-being was not my priority. And I will end my turn.
Oh, all right, that's good. Naya.
All right. I will use my full movement and come here. And I will say, Finn, Varys might want to, and then I will take a shot at, can I reach that guy?
Finn just
Yeah,
looks at
okay.
you like, huh?
Oh, you too, Naya? And then she'll...
Oh, wait, oh no. That's beginning.
Oh, no.
The
This means
double
you, that's
Naya.
going to be an 8. That it does not hit. Again, it's a crowded environment here. You're going to go for an arrow between quite a lot of individuals. The arrow is just kind of aimed too high to try to get over and arc down on this creature. This creature is
Paz
bent
will
over on
teach
the
you to
ankles.
not care about your friends more. You will hit the creatures next time.
Sorry, I thought I could make it. Sorry.
You're doing really good. Please don't
Anything
hit me
else?
with an arrow.
Holy cow, look how far that went out into the ocean.
Would you like to do anything else?
No, that's it for me.
Okay. All right, we come to Reuben the Quartermaster, who is steering the ship, Captain Keelion glassing. The Quartermaster begins to almost steady the helm right now, given that you've gone a decent amount of direction. However, fear overtakes him, and he begins to yell that the Kraken is changing its course. Grace, it is your initiative.
I assume moving over here barely gets me up elevated.
Absolutely enraged murder this guy. Please do it.
Paz did not wish to find out what an anger
The one
does today.
right over here is the one that's gonna eat more necrotic energy. It's the only form of ranged damage Grace has.
You.
Toll of the Dead. All right. See if we can get a better dice roll on it.
They're not our friends.
All right, that's going to fail with a 13. That creature takes 6 points of necrotic damage. And you can see that this creature kind of reels back from it. Again, it's carrying this anchor just picking it up right now. And this creature is exerting itself quite a lot to be able to lift and move this anchor by itself. Creature is still alive.
Need to stop that one.
I'm
Anything
gonna.
else?
And
I'm gonna head for him.
All right. So the creature that was originally heading for the anchor, now that you have kind of come and moved in a full dash and almost kind of turned, sidestepping this creature, trying to impede its path, it aims towards you with its spear trident-like weapon. That is going to be a 16, and that is going to miss you as it glances against your armor. And it kind of like aims it slightly high, and it's able to do like a glancing blow up near your shoulder. That is going to be the end of that creature's turn.
This
Dearest
was a
Mount.
win-win for me.
All right, Varus.
Varus, stop them,
I will.
please.
You're going under that pole.
Yeah, I want to go. I'm trying to make this go here. And then I will hold out my hand and cast Firebolt on that one. Trying to roll the anchor.
All right, that is a 16. That is going to hit you. Do 6 points of fire damage as it takes it in one of its arms in its right side, kind of reels back as it does. It drops the anchor down on its foot, slightly crushing it. It kind of yells outwards as it attempts to bring it back once more, as it actually is yelling in its language.
And that's my turn.
All right.
You guys have this one. I'm gonna go deal with the anchor. All right.
Naira. As you run.
That feels like a yes.
I cannot stop you. I can only tell Varus what to do.
All right, you will take an attack of opportunity from the one next to you as you leave its
That
space.
can only benefit me. I have
takes-
second win.
You are hit with a 21. You take 3 points of piercing damage at your lower left calf as it kind of stabs into it slightly. It's a grazing blow as it begins to trickle blood on the deck. You make your way full stride to the one with the anchor. This one reeling back, crushed foot. You have advantage. Hold down Alt when you swing.
I can't.
All right, go ahead and roll
Alright,
twice
next
then.
I would so love to do that, but the sun.
I'm channeling mind powers right now for your keyboard to come back to
Alright.
life.
If this was the daytime, but for some reason this is a solar powered keyboard. So.
All right, let's see with the first swing.
Alright, okay, so, and then Right, so I've got my longsword. I must target a token. Gotcha. Double check. Yep. All right.
Oh boy.
That is going to be
I get to
nat
double
one.
roll.
Again, double roll. So roll again. I imagine this roll will be higher.
That's 2 now.
That one again.
Ah,
Oh.
there we go. Look at that.
Aha.
19 is
19.
going to be a hit. You deal a total of 9 points of slashing damage as you come across, going from left to right across its back. You kind of cut it and cleave into the creature, pulling outwards. The creature begins to bleed profusely, swaying side to side, kind of crouching down. The creature is still alive, but that was definitely a mortal blow.
Second wind, baby. Can I?
You can. I wouldn't suggest it personally, but you can if you'd like.
It
Do
takes
it.
so long to get back to me in the initiative order.
Do it for flavor.
Do it for flavor.
Think
We
of
still-
the
Fuck it, you wanna
chaos
do
you
it.
can
we
tell.
still have a giant kraken. I think I'm gonna hold off.
Okay. All right, we come to the Captain Keelut Yon that begins to make his way, moving 5, then 25, making a full dash for 30, moving past you, Paz, as he begins to make his way for the stairs. With rapier in hand, begins to continue to kind of yell and point for the anchor.
Do
attempt to
not
stop.
appreciate people using their long legs in front of me.
to step
But
over
he
you.
is the captain, so I shall allow it.
All right, Finn, it is your initiative.
Quick question, OOC.
Yep.
If I wanted to throw another player who happened to be smaller than me, would that be...
If you want to
Acceptable.
toss Paz. The DC for that is so it'll be an athletics check, and I'll have I'll make a DC for it. Paz, what's your weight?
Paz weighs, I think, like 31 pounds.
Okay.
So-
Chuck that.
Okay.
You can chuck that.
If you meet the DC, you can chuck him upwards of 15 feet.
Okay. So I run up to this creature, and I stand next to him, and I kind of distance myself from him, but keep my greatsword in one hand, kind of just leveled, just defensively, and I put my other hand out towards Paz, and I say, Paz, do you trust me?
Yes!
Come to me!
You are very
And
far.
I ready my action for Paz to come up to me and then throw in the direction of the one by the anchor.
Okay. All right, come to the creature's initiative by the anchor. In its last attempts, it begins to kind of try to pull it up. Again, it's a mortal blow. And then you see that blood is just pouring from its body. It's unable to actually get a grip on the anchor. That's going to be its full turn. They're kind of come
Just
to
die.
round 4.
Thank you.
Paz
You-
is your initiative.
You better throw me there, because Paz only has 25 feet of movement. I'm... There you go.
Alright. Strength or
Athletics.
athletics?
All right, good enough. 15 is good enough. I'm going to toss him 15 feet in whatever direction you'd like.
Just straight at that guy, so it
Alright.
would be
Why
right
not?
there. Right?
All right. Paz, you get thrown all the way to the 15 feet. If you want to hold down the ruler, you should see that Paz. You can move your token.
What the hell do you want Paz to do with this?
I don't know, I just figured it was closer.
I will throw a dart at the thing with the anchor. Because that's all I can think. It's the only range I have.
There, duck!
All right, go ahead and do it with
That
advantage.
dart worked really well last time.
Do
You
not
got this.
duck! Your danger only empowers me.
All right, 16
Nice.
is going to be a hit that deals 7 points of piercing damage. With that, that creature is defeated. So as you throw your dart, nimbly it kind of goes into the neck, upwards of the jugular of the creature, kind of gurgles on its own blood. It's very
Start
bleeding
killing is what we're
profusely.
doing now.
Kind of struggles
I'll-
down, it kind of just like shrugs downwards and slouches.
I like to imagine that I just throw Paz, and as he's like spinning through the air, he just lands and whips a dart.
I'll probably say, Paz, you throw that when you were in midair, just like kind of like.
Paz is a master of thrown aerial combat.
Would you like to do anything else?
No, I got no movement anymore. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, Naya, it's your initiative.
All right. Is the Kraken over here? On that sort of a way?
As far as the notification of the Kraken, what they're saying is the Kraken is changing course, not necessarily on where the Kraken is. You know the ship is turning left, so the Kraken would be on the right side of the ship. Now that the ship is turning left.
Okay, so from where I see it, would I think I could, if I cast Speak with Animals, do I think it would be within my range of if I yelled to it?
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look up that spell real quick because I don't believe so. I think the range is pretty small.
I don't know if it says a range.
I think they just have to be able to hear you, right?
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to think about a Kraken right now if it would be able to hear
Underwater?
underwater.
With a storm?
These are questions. These are very complex questions. You know,
Sorry, I'm a druid.
I'm gonna say that if you cast it, it's 10-minute duration. I'm gonna say if you cast it, if the Kraken, as far as what the captain as well as the quartermaster are saying, is changing its course, when it is within somewhat of like 30, 50 feet range, that you can attempt to target.
So now,
All right, so I'm gonna look, and I'm gonna think that it's a little bit too far away for me right now to probably speak to it. Although, I will. So I'm just going to use my movement to kind of go like here-ish, and then I am going to shoot my bow at this gentleman.
Okay. 13 is going to be a hit, and that deals 9 points of piercing damage as you aim towards its right hip. Landing a blow, the creature begins to bleed, but still alive.
All right, that's it for me.
All right, Quartermaster, still manning the helm, straightens it, begins to make his way 20 feet to the side as he begins to kind of look off the railing, given the left side, sees if he can see anything. You're not entirely sure why. Race is your initiative, or your turn.
The last creature's in easy range. Just more Toll the Dead. Just trying to, do it, end this as quickly as possible.
just ringing the bell.
Ringing the bell.
Oh my god.
All right, the creature is going to fail with a 3 that deals 4 points of necrotic damage. As the creature begins to shake his head, blood begins to trickle down from his ear appendages. Again, they can fold inwards, but there's still blood for him. The creature is still alive.
And that's totally fine. End of turn.
All right, we come to the creature's turn. The creature looks left and looks right, seeing that his companions are no longer there. He begins to yell out in the guttural language as loud as it can, and it actually is going to attempt to grapple you, Finn. Please make an athletics or an acrobatics check.
Ha!
18, you're able to easily kind of hold the creature down, even though it's taller than you, seems somewhat stronger. You're able to kind of pull its arms down in the grapple. You're able to push it off. The creature seems unsure of itself. Does not surrender, though. That is good to the end of the creature's initiative or turn. Varus, it is your turn.
Quick, Varus, while it's distracted with Finn. You are muted, by the way, Varus.
Oh man, I will move around behind it and stab it in the back.
I was going
to
to give you advantage, but 22 is a hit. That's 8 points of piercing damage. As you move up to the creature, again, the creature is unsure of itself. You're able to kind of sidestep on the wooden deck, come up, and just stab it straight through its chest. It kind of lurches backwards as you pull out. The creature appears to be dead as it falls to the ground.
So, as it begins to fall out of my grasp and the light begins to fade from its eyes, I say, "Vexusek." Which is. Does anyone else speak Celestial here?
Paz does not know what that is.
Nope.
I was out of character.
I don't believe anybody speaks Celestial.
Varus, do you see anything?
Can I check over the side of the ship to see if there
you
are
had
any more?
movement and action. You can check over the side of the ship for free action just to get a quick glancing look, but you
Yeah.
cannot roll perception. So as you make your way to the side of the railing and you're able to glance down, you don't necessarily see anything on the actual side of the hull, but you do see a large mass that's moving through the water just off the bow to the left.
Hate that.
Good to know.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. Before we get to our next turn, from the actual mass within the water as it begins to swim upwards, it actually dolphin dives upwards of 90 feet from the actual water. Appears a 13-foot version of the same creature that you just embraced. This one wearing armor out of bone and metal, carrying humanoid skulls dangling from its large tail that is upwards of 5 feet long. The creature is 13 feet tall, wielding a trident made out of metal and bone. Appears to be somewhat more intelligent as it lands. It kind of perches downwards and picks itself up. As it looks left and looks right, begins to grumble to itself, but it says nothing just yet. All right. Naira, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm really glad I didn't use that action. All right. I'm just trying to hit it. Did that thing jump over me?
It
Yep.
did. It literally jumped out of the water upwards of 100 feet and landed down.
So
with a
I'm
large thud.
behind it.
You are behind it.
Do I get advantage?
You do. Go ahead and roll it
Good,
twice.
because I'm rolling terribly. I'd really like it.
13
Case
is
in
going to
point.
be a miss. Go ahead and roll again. That is going to
Oh!
be a nat 20 against the creature. Let's see how much damage we do. 16 points of damage. As you go in for a long sword strike, we're going to see it's a thrust. You're able to jab it through its right leg, pulling out cleanly. Blue blood begins to pour out. The creature seems unfazed.
Yeah, that tracks. I don't have. I mean, I'm quite happy behind it. I don't have anything else I can do.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't make sense right now to use second wind. So, I think. Okay. I'm gonna have to do the long wait till my next turn.
Okay.
The long way.
That is the life of a fighting character.
All right. So we're going to end your turn there.
Am I able to ready for if it turns around? Because I did just stab it.
You see ready
slice it.
ready your second wind.
If it turns, yeah, can I ready my second wind for just if it turns around?
I'm gonna. Normally, you can't ready an actual bonus action, but for second wind, the way I interpret it, I'll probably say it's okay.
Okay. And that's just if it turns around.
That's just if it turns around. All right. We're gonna come to this creature's turn. As it does, it kind of lurches upwards. The deckhand to its right, it actually grabs it by the neck and tosses it off the boat. You hear a large Wilhelm-like scream, ah, as it falls down, crashing into the water. There's only one reason why I kept that token there. As he falls downwards, he picks his actual trident up and stamps it down into the wood as he begins to scan, looking left and looking right. Not afraid of you all whatsoever, he begins to grumble to himself, speaking in common. I'm here for the chosen ones. Bring them to me, and your ship will be spared. So at the end of its turn, the captain Keelut yawn as he begins to stop, staring up at the large creature. Mouth kind of gaped open.
Agape, yeah.
Yeah, agape, right? So he's looking at this creature and he said, chosen ones. What are you talking? Spare the ship. Very confused. It's going to take the rest of his turn, thinking about what this creature is actually saying. Finn, it is your turn.
Oh, shit. So, I saw when Nayara stabs the creature, right? Can I...
Correct.
Is there any way I can kind of, like, perceive if we're gonna be like effective against it at all.
Right now, you saw the best information I can give you is that your companion stabbed the creature through its large, meaty right leg, almost going through it. The creature did not wince or feel phased by that.
Could have been a condition.
All right. Okay. I'll step towards it, and I will raise my greatsword, and I'll kind of look at it, and I'll ready my action to attack if it makes an attack towards me.
Okay.
Kind of like a response, and I'll say, "Who are these chosen you speak of?"
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. We're going to come to round 5 with Paz.
Pass, being master of everything. You came for the chosen, but all your friends are dead. And I'm just gonna make an attack.
That actually is the penguin.
I will hit him with a quarterstaff. I might not hit him with a quarterstaff.
Quick dart.
12 is going to be a miss. You notice as you aim your quarterstaff, kind of in a slashing blow, bludgeoning, slashing. You come out over and swing, and you kind of strike into its armor. You hear somewhat of a small vibration as it kind of strikes into bone. It does not go through to the creature's flesh.
That will teach you! And I will use my bonus action to make an unarmed attack.
Okay. 10.
No,
That's
what?
going to be a miss as well as you strike into. Being as short as you are, I would say you strike almost into its right leg.
Just kick it.
I would say you maybe even kick it, right? Just kind of,
Boris!
it's very reminiscent of a small child, having a tantrum, just going.
He is
into
unfazed by the martial arts.
He's like 8 times your size.
I love it. That's great.
I require assistance.
Would you like to do anything else?
Cower.
Cow.
But, no, that's gonna be it.
All right, Naya, it is your turn.
All right. I watch the deckhand go flying over the edge. Do I see where he lands in the water?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to use shape water to, one, either like thrust him up into the safety boat that's over there, right
Okay.
about here.
Sure.
Or can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will totally like thrust him up into there so he's safe. And then I would like to just walk forward and say, why do you do this?
Okay. All right. We'll end your turn there, and we'll come to
Yes.
the Quartermaster. Reuben. So Reuben's looking off the actual side as he's staring, begins to do a full dash all the way to the other side. As he stares downwards, begins to look down that side. That's going to be the end of his turn. We come to Grace.
I have no idea who you speak of. And you're giving us very little reason to negotiate. Let's just hold action, fairy fire.
Okay, what is the condition?
They actually start attacking us anyways.
So if the
This
creature
big
swings.
guy. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I'll aim it so it doesn't hit my allies.
Okay.
End of turn.
It's a nice touch. Thank you.
All right, Vars.
I will move over next to my small friend and attempt
Good friend.
to stab it.
Okay.
Is this at advantage or no?
In this position, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
.21 is going to be a hit. You do 8 points of piercing damage as you kind of aim upwards with the thrust, centered right below his secondary right arm, kind of where you imagine the lower ribs would be. you pull outwards, the creature kind of moves slight wince at that, and then begins to kind of turn, slowly rotating.
That's the end of my turn.
All right.
Okay. All right, he turned, but he didn't technically turn toward me.
I was gonna be like, second wind!
I don't know. He turned. The word "turn" was used. The verb
No.
was activated. But I don't.
You
think that
can
counts.
use it if you'd like to as your hold if you want to. However, you
No.
only have that for a bonus action, and it is your
No.
turn. So
I genuinely think that as he turned, I think I did a roll. I think I tried to stay behind.
okay.
And then am I close enough to the edge that I can look over?
Sure.
I want to try to see if I see anything on the right side of the ship, because I saw our companion over there looking over.
You see about 20 to 30 feet off of the actual ship, a whirlpool is beginning to form.
Guys, we got a whirlpool.
What's a whirlpool?
Has no snout what these words mean?
It's when the water spins really fast.
Ah!
Bad. It's a bad thing. I think I'm gonna attack him. I think. I don't think that I know what he's talking about, but I know that I'm not capable of giving him something that I don't know about. So I think I'm gonna stick with the game plan thus far, which has been kill the people the things attacking us.
Okay. You will swing with advantage.
Okay. Am I already targeting him?
You might be.
I've got the bullseye on
There
him.
is a lot of targeting happening in this region.
I
That
love
is gonna be a
advantage.
miss. Swing again.
Wait, yeah.
Oh
And
my
another nat 20.
god!
How many
That's
nat 20s
4.
can we roll? We're gonna have to
So
roll a nat 20
far.
chart.
How
I'm
much-
just gonna calculate it all out.
They're
16
making up for me.
points of slashing damage. You strike across his backside as best as you can, and you see kind of like his flesh kind of flails outwards just a little bit, and blood begins to pour down his back. He kind of lurches just a little bit forward with his neck.
Falls on pass. Okay, and then 1 second. Okay, so I'm able to ready an action. Correct?
Well, in the sense that you've taken your action to attack, so readying wouldn't do anything. 'Cause that
Okay,
would-
so I can't ready second wind.
You can ready the bonus action if you want to. What condition are you attempting to use?
1 sec, because I have. Because I either want to. So hold on, second wind. Actually, you know what? Is it possible that I could ready Misty Step?
No.
Okay, but I could ready second
Yeah.
wind. All right,
The
so
second
the
one's
condition,
like a personal kind of,
yeah.
it's just for you. It doesn't
So
really-
second wind once again is, or the condition once again is if he turns around to attack me.
Full turnaround.
If he fully turns around to attack me.
Okay.
360 or 180.
Yeah, the 180.
It
Okay.
complete-
Sounds good.
Man.
All right, we're gonna end your turn there then.
Mhm.
All right, we come to this large creature.
Oh, I don't like
As he
that.
is bleeding in multiple places. He takes his trident again, stomps it down into the actual wood floor of the ship as he yells slightly. Just slightly, he's talking in a very low tone, so he's kind of picking his voice up. Fine, if you do not yield, then the Kraken will take your ship.
Varys will never yield.
We can't give you what we don't have.
He's right on that.
He chuckles. You all don't know anything, do you?
No, apparently not.
Kind of begins
Unfortunately,
to
correct.
continue to laugh to himself as he actually pushes through all of you and dives down to the water. For those that are within reach, you are more than welcome to take tactical opportunities against him.
Doing it.
Do we just
Just swing at it.
would that just be a longsword? Would I just select it?
Yeah, you just target and then swing.
Okay.
Fast.
They're the untethered mites.
Wow. Okay, so we had 2 hits there. We had Varus landing the rapier with a 24, and then we had Nair landing with a 19. The quarterstaff and the greatsword.
We're just
miss
a killer.
as you kind of begin to just swing as best as you can at this creature as he stomps through, kind of crushing the deck as he moves. And then he dives off of the ship, landing into the water. As soon as he actually lands into the water, emerging from these whirlpools as they make their way slowly and slowly to the edge of the ship, are actual large tentacles as they begin to protrude outwards from the water. I'm going to put 2 down, but there are more as they are punched through the lower deck as they just slam into it as much as possible. With that, we are actually going to break initiative. We're going to break combat. So combat is now over.
This finally the end.
You wanted to communicate to this creature.
Yes. Do it.
We're sure in range.
Well, the other one spoke common, so I will go to the bow. I meant to the side. I don't know what it's called. The side of the ship, and just say, "Why do you do this? Why do you attack us?"
to the port.
You hear a female kind of voice as best I can for a kraken. I'll try my best here. Commanded I am. Commanded I am. I have no choice. For the one in the sky calls. My home threatened. I have no choice. As the tentacle kind of pulls upwards, and you kind of riles, it's massive, dwarfs you in size, dwarfs you as far as this tentacle kind of rises at 45 feet, almost 50. It begins to kind of point at the actual black cloud that was above the record and slowly begins to move to you. Upon inspecting it, just looking up into the air, as it's mentioning it, it's forming into a large shape of a dragon. And behind it you see the silhouette or the shadow of a dragon itself. As the purple and pink lightning cackle from the epicenter of the cloud. It's quite large now, spans about, I would say, half a mile in radius.
What does it say, Naya?
No.
Speaks to you telepathically, by the way.
Yeah.
It's Master is commanding it. Who's the chosen one? Is it you? She looks at Finn.
What? I don't
Are you
know.
the chosen one?
I don't know anything about chosen ones.
I'm chosen by the leader. Varus is chosen
Yes.
by me to choose the leader.
Maybe if you jump overboard then, Pass.
That is a joke. That
We're all
was
gonna
not
have to do
funny.
that soon.
As you're
Back
talking
away.
slowly, again, multiple actual tentacles are puncturing the lower deck. You hear the screams and the shrills of those underneath the ship as it begins to sink at a dramatic pace as water is flooding into the boat. You see the captain as he begins to make way to all of you. Gather now. We don't have much time.
I believe we're already here.
Getting really sick of these shipwrecks.
In the life raft.
I fear the same may happen to us.
The striker is lost. Reuben and I will stay with the ship. We will go down with it, as captain must. I have lived a long enough life.
Okay.
You see many of the
I will leave.
passengers attempting to scramble up onto the upper deck, climbing into the actual tenders, the ships themselves, as they are attempting to get into the boats as best as they can. He points to that one, particularly with the deckhand that is currently in it that Naya saved. You must make way for that one. Quickly, get in it. I will lower you down. Make way for the Frosthorn Bay, 100 miles to the east. It is your only hope. You have no little food and supplies here. Begins to take out from underneath his collateral coat that he has over. It's a scroll as he hands it. It is a map of Arthuria. It will help guide you as best as it can. Fear not. Wherever these chosen ones are, they have not captured them. Maybe there's hope left.
Finn kind of clasps onto his shoulder with one hand and places his left hand on his heart and says, "You're a good man. I'll remember you as strong as you are."
Grab the map, Finn! Please don't forget that.
I jump in the boat.
Okay.
I'll grab
anyone
Paz
grab
by the back and drag him into the boat.
All
I
right.
make
So
sure
you,
Naya gets on.
so you all get into the boat.
Yes.
Is
Yep.
anybody not getting into the boat?
I'm kind of making sure Naya gets in.
You don't need to move your tokens at this point. You just have to. Just can state that you're getting into the boat.
Why must you
like-
stay here? Come with us.
I must stay with the ship. Make sure the passengers can get to safety. If any of those remain, it's sinking quickly. If you do not escape now, I don't believe you'll make it.
I do not like this either, but we can't save everyone. Not given what just happened. Awful. Yep, Grace is going on there.
Nah, I'd really like it if you got on the boat now.
Finn reaches out towards him.
One of the
she'll-
many Nayas?
Captain grabs
Oh,
you
that's-
by either side of your shoulder. I hope the birds have told you and helped you, guide you for what you will endure. Fear not. We will try to get as many as we can to safety. For now, save yourself.
She'll look to Finn and see that his hand is out, and she'll grab his hand and go with him.
All right. So everyone's getting on the boat? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put us onto the world map. So, as you get into the tender and you begin to make your escape, you see the Captain Keelut Yan takes out the rapier and slashes down on the pulley ropes. With a large crash and boom, your ship lands into the water. Again, oars and a sail are equipped to this. I do believe you have people that can actually work sails on your boat.
I grab them quickly.
As you begin to put up the sail and make way, you are moving quite fast. You stare into the distance behind you as several of the tenders you make way, the tentacles grabbing them, ripping them into the water. You all left early enough, escaping what is indeed a Kraken attack, led by what Naya has discovered is something else, commanded to do this. Very interesting indeed, especially the creature that mentioned the Chosen Ones. Unbeknownst to you, one of those people you don't know. Being the only tender that is left, escaping, you make your way after several days working off the rations and water that you have in your backpacks and whatever equipment that you have. You make your way into the Frosthorn Bay.
Paz is a master of navigation? Varus has said that direction is east?
I'm certain we're all feeling awful right now.
No, Finn would mention to Naya, seeing that she's kind of distraught over the loss of the captain. He'd say, "It's his choice. He did what he wanted."
We left them to die.
They did not need our company to die.
Eh. They live such short lives. Let him have his noble death.
That is not how you should be thinking.
Comes for us all at some point, right, Paz?
I was there to save you.
Ugh.
That's awesome. So, given the time right now, I will go ahead and give you a brief description of what you all are arriving into as far as the Frosthorn Bay, and then we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And I will also close off the stream, just putting it onto just a photograph there, and then muting all the audio so nothing comes through. So, coming into the Frosthorn Bay, the far north of Arthuria is cold and tundra-like. The large mountains of the Frosthorn span upwards of 17,000 feet in elevation and are dense. Rich with monstrous creatures, they make their escape up here, and also frost giants make home in these mountains. The Frosthorn Bay itself is equipped with large bluffs and cliffs spanning upwards of 200 feet all along the bay. As you make your way in, icebergs and other sorts of rock formations sprawl from the water. The bay is very protected, and the small inlet provides this kind of a cozy environment where there's not a lot of waves and wind and things. You're able to easily bring the ship in. You notice that there's shipwrecks, many of the different rocks and icebergs of these larger vessels that have dared to make into the Frosthorn Bay and did not make it. Looking in the distance, about a quarter mile appears to be a small wooden dock, haphazardly built, spanning only 400 feet from north to south. Above it, 200 feet on the cliff, appears to be several pulley and elevator mechanisms for lowering and lifting supplies. Further past that, you see what imagined to be smoke billowing up into the air. Quite a lot of it, in fact, because it's cold, and if you do not have a fire, you can't stay warm. So with that, just gives you a little description of where you're headed, potentially to the dock there. I will go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Is that dock up by this right here?
That is correct.
Okay. And we were given a map, correct?
You are given a map.
Yeah, okay, so I'm currently navigating us in that direction.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will kind of like stand on the side of the boat and use shape water to try to direct us as much as I can.
Nice.
She's kind of like
Finn stands at the front of it and kind of holds his hand up and creates a light to kind of help.
A light
vision.
beacon.
Hmm.
I love it.
Yeah.
All
We're
right.
the best.
So with that,
dream team.
I will go ahead and close out the stream for just a second. 10-minute break. We'll probably come back at 6:11 here. We go and meet. Should be back on now, momentarily. All right, hopefully Mike gets back. So, you all are on this ship, this small tender. Its term I actually looked up. Of course, I call it a life raft, but it's equipped with sail oars, and you are rowing it into the Frosthorn Bay. You're navigating as best you can. Now you're shaping water. You're working the sails and the rigging, having the proficiency with that.
Would
And
I have had a rest?
Yes, everyone has undergone a long rest. The total amount of time that has passed is 3 days. So you all have been at sea coming in 3 days. Given that you have someone that most likely can help you out with your water supply, and you all have plenty of rations, I believe, in your backpacks. 3 days isn't that much more time.
Can I reflect that because currently I'm missing health?
Yeah, so in order to do a long rest, you can go over utility, and I believe over utility should allow you the option to click long rest. You can also click it from your character sheet. If you actually open your character sheet up, you should see kind of a bed icon.
That's what I found. I found a bed and was like, that'll do.
The bed icon. Hover over the bigger hourglass, the bigger hourglass, with the hourglass that's filled completely of the bottom half. And that little hourglass icon will give you a prompt, and then you will perform a long rest. Or you're more than welcome to manually attempt to regenerate your spells, health, and features, if you so choose to. Does anybody have any problems with that? No?
No. But before you jump back into narrative,
Sure.
So I don't keep being disruptive, I'd like to roll a nature check.
Yeah, we can definitely do a slight retcon, past the 3 days, right? Do a little bit of if you want to roll nature checks and things to figure out those creatures, that's totally fine.
Yeah. I feel like I could have read about them, and I really want to try and...
And I didn't even need the long rest.
21. So these creatures, in particular, are a very strange species. However, very interestingly enough, you actually live in this, or are from, the same region that these creatures are from, which is the far south of Arthuria, off of the Isle of Bure. They maintain in the Sea of Reckoning, living off small islets that dot about the bay as well as the sea. They are a shark-like fish species. I'm going to do my best to pronounce it. Swagin or something like that? Swahigan? I don't know. I'm going to try. I'm going to copy that. Like I said, it very, very challenging for me to pronounce things. So I do my best I can. Swahagin. Yeah, there you go. Sure. We'll say it with some accent there. So...
You said they're from the ruins? Where did you say they're from?
They are from the far south of Arthuria. I'm going to go ahead and ping you all the way to where they would be from. So, right in here, off of the Isle of Bure, the Isle of Bure is very volcanic. So you yourself are from there, being a refugee. The Mount Dreamar is actually, somewhat dormant right now, but it could erupt. Given that volcanic activity, it's very much an archipelago in that way. These small islets live and exist outside of the island, and they are cultivated with palm trees, other light vegetation, and sand. These creatures in particular come from warm water and exist off the east side of the isle along these islets, and routinely fish and spend their time in the Sea of Reckoning, which is warmer water than the ocean. So for you, this is very strange that this species would venture this far north into the cold of water and traverse all along the coast of Arthuria. How they got here, perhaps, is not by swimming. Because that is a long trek.
Everyone, I've been thinking, and I know these creatures, they come from down in the Sea of Reckoning. They shouldn't have been here at all. I have no idea how they got here. Naya, you said the Kraken also wasn't acting on its own?
No, it said it was at the behest of its master. And then, did you not see the clouds shape into a dragon?
Hmm. It's not that I didn't see the clouds. I just also saw the massive tentacle situation. And that guy I slashed twice who just sort of free dove back into the ocean like he was fine. Did they look like a dragon or were they a dragon?
It was the clouds and the lightning formed the shape of a dragon.
Is this like the
I
star
think.
thing?
Is it? I'm gonna look at Finn.
I'm not sure, but maybe they were transported here like I was?
No.
So that
I
we
don't think
have
so.
a kraken who you say is attacking us against its free will. We've got these Sahuagin. Nailed it. If anyone asks, that's definitely how it's said.
Yep.
Who
Canon.
shouldn't be anywhere near here, who are also attacking. Who knows what their will is? And we maybe have a dragon in the sky who's in charge.
Well, they were in search of the chosen one.
I think they said chosen ones, which was worse.
Multiple
I think
people.
that was worse. That meant that we not only didn't have one person to give them, we didn't have multiple people to give them.
Maybe the guy that you saved is one of them. That's why I threw him overboard.
You see the crew member that has been saved.
He's on
at
the
him.
boat with
Oh,
us.
Appears to be wearing a white cloth tunic with a large pelt or hide kind of cloak, keeping warm. Somewhat off-put with a large beard, hair coming down, off-put in the sense that he smells and just kind of clinging to himself at the bow of the ship, unsure of what has just happened to his crew and his captain. This individual has not spoken.
I don't want to be rude, but I would not choose him. You seem very nice. I would not choose him.
Finn walks over and...
That's quite all right.
What's your name?
My name is Raiden.
Raiden, have you heard of the leader?
Leader? What? No.
He is a divine being that spreads grace and joy.
Oh my goodness.
He looks like this, and I'm gonna take out a little wood carving. It's just a dude.
Is this for me? Are you giving this to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Inscribed is the grace of the leader.
But your leader, is this the leader? Was this the cause of this?
No, the leader is good.
Most gracious this leader is, apparently. Is your friend
Very
is
much
crazy all
so.
the time?
We shall find him, and the leader, you shall become one of his
Don't
favorites.
underestimate him. He's really good with darts.
I see. Well, I'm no good with any weapons or anything. You all
I
seem
am a
quite skilled on the top deck there. I cowered in fear upon the railing. And most gracious for you, points to you, Naya, saved me.
She saved me too. She's awesome.
She is awesome.
She's just gonna like keep like doing the water thing. She's like, awkwardly like just shape the water behind the boat.
Modest. Just be modest, right?
Her hair is like, shh, you know, she's.
The wind, right?
Well, I think we can all agree that Naya is very awesome. Dragons are not good, and we might have just seen one.
Dragons are not good. Not good indeed.
Well, dragons are certainly dangerous.
Hey, Dia, or Gia, would I have any clue what the fuck a dragon is?
God, I hope not.
No.
If you consider where I came from. Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna say no.
What's a dragon?
They are birds
They're not a bird.
Bird?
They're not a bird.
I was wrong.
As far as the lore goes, they describe dragons as more of like a feline-like species and less reptilian.
What the fuck?
It's actually
Right.
true. They define dragons as more of like a feline, like a cat, than they do like a reptile. or
In
anything.
D&D?
It's very interesting. Anyways,
Tracks
So yeah, as far as
there.
behavior and
behavior.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, that tracks with
We shall present it with a box, and it will
Fan-
love it.
Give him a giant box of stuff. Then all you need to know is they are big, and if there's a dragon involved, we're probably doomed. At least if we stay out here, because clearly he's got the whole ocean. He or she, or they have the whole ocean working for them.
Well, maybe. Wait, have we gotten on land yet?
I was gonna retcon just a little bit for the 3-day journey in case you all want to talk to each other and figure
Oh,
out what
okay.
had happened before you actually get to the bay.
Hopefully we'll be on land soon.
Can I do any kind of nature roll or a history roll or anything in regard to the dragon, since I have like personal experience when it comes to like studying them and that kind of thing?
Sure. Roll history.
Okay.
Study.
You might go into a big
Yes.
narrative depending on the roll.
Okay. Please be a good roll. What are the can I roll with advantage? Okay, history.
Michael's like, please roll high, please roll high.
The problem
I-
is
you-
that both times I rolled with advantage, the first one was trash and the second one was really good.
Honestly, I
Does
think
the
you
fact
rolled
that I
the
have
most
a-
nat 20s today.
I'm having a good. I was
I have one.
Hey.
cool. My overall coolest choices, other than darts to the neck.
I killed 3.
That's that's questionable but true. Can I just the extent of the history I have? Is there any chance I could roll with advantage?
In this situation, the DC is probably lower for you than it would be other people. So I'm just going to go ahead and say give me the roll, and the DC will be less.
Okay.
She's already learning how to ask for
Yeah.
advantage.
I like
yeah,
it.
She's
Good shit.
15. That's a good check. So 15 and history check. So here comes the long narrative, everybody. So the continent of Arthuria has been defined by dragons for tens of thousands of years since its creation. Long ago, these dragons dominated specific regions of the continent before humanoids ever arrived. Gnomes and halflings were thought of as the first humanoids to arrive, potentially from the Feywild. Elemental congruences that maintained and elementals were brought. Dragons actually were the masters of these elementals, even though the elementals thought otherwise. In fact, it was more polar to them that they wanted to command the dragons, but the dragons themselves were far too powerful as they grew larger over the years, as dragons do. Now, with that, humanoids arrived. Draconic Bloodlines came about. You, as becoming a Knight of Beer and having this ancestral Draconic Bloodline, potentially of red or gold, sorcerers emerged, protecting and stowing away these dragons, allowing the cultivation of the society of humanoids, right? So the towns and the cities and the culture of Temerian colonizers, so elves, dwarfs on the Great Voyage, kind of like a manifest, and then the gnomes and halflings that kind of dispersed themselves from the forest. Humans were the late arrival, but eventually they got there. And so these sorcerers eventually protected the dragons, kept further and further away. The feuds with themselves kind of kept them that way, as well as the sorcerers. And that's where you come in, now that the bloodlines themselves are diluted. The Knight of Bure is that kind of solution, restoring about some of these diluted bloodlines to manifest these powers in knights or fighters. And those were brought about by the Wizards of Old, a group of wizards and sorcerers and mages throughout the continent that got together to attempt to stop the one and only dragon named Barry Thune. I'm going to paste that into chat.
Barry.
a great elder red dragon.
Sorry, so we...
Go for it.
Could you just repeat that last sentence?
So, the 2,000 years ago, your Knights of Beer were formed by the Wizards of Old in response to the actions of a great elder dragon named Barry Thune. This dragon does not exist anymore, thanks to you, the Knights of Beer, and the Wizards of Old. Now, over time, things changed. The dragons kind of kept to themselves. There are good dragons on this continent, different metallic dragons and such. They kept the checks and balances, staying away. Some cultures, such as Dragonborns, especially that of Gold, living in the Crystal Desert, kind of worship dragons, and they say themselves. That you would not really know too much about.
Yeah.
But you do know the Wizards of Old do not exist anymore. They have long passed.
I'm painfully aware of that.
Yes, you have some information in your backstory about what happened on the Wizard's Keep, but your party does not.
Nope.
I,
I think I essentially just like full on textbook just went, okay guys, listen.
blah, blah, blah.
That was a monologue.
I don't really
I take a
get
rest.
it.
Useful information, though.
Yes. Any questions on that lore, you're more than welcome to bring it up and I can give it to you at a later time. So. Or you can ask questions now if you want.
Paz just wished he got to drive the boat.
Absolutely not. You
Paz
don't-
is a
Can't-
master of steering.
Paz, you can't see over the edge of the boat.
A master of steering.
I just have
I'll
one
hold
hand.
you
Like,
up so you can see.
no,
Paz.
absolutely not.
I wanted the big boat. This is unimpressive, but very accommodating. As I
Naya,
just stretch out.
Naya, did you get, if memory serves, a shadow of a dragon silhouette almost seemed to appear within the clouds that were in the shape of a dragon? Did you get a good look at it? It seems like you got the best look out of all of us.
Did I get a good look at it?
You got a great look at it, but again, it's just the shape of a dragon.
It was purple lightning and mist and cloud. I do not know a lot about dragons. Sorry. I will shape water and point to her and try to make the best representation within the water of the dragon that I saw. It looked like this.
Dragon! Kill it!
They're a lot bigger than that.
No, no.
Paz.
Swapping at it.
Yes, it was just an image.
That scared me.
I'm sorry. I didn't
He
mean
gets
to.
frightened easily. It's all right.
I don't know enough about the lore personally to know if there are like a variety of shapes. I mean, I get nerdy about dragons IRL, but I don't know within the context of.
Yeah, so in the context of 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, the dragons themselves have very distinct features. Unfortunately, this representation of this cloud was more in a general sense. So it didn't give give anything to notable features. And like an example to that, like a blue dragon would have potentially a large horn, like a rhino, extending from its nose, right? And then like a green dragon, more of an aquatic black, would be kind of streamlined in some of its things with like tendrils, like whiskers and stuff. But none of that it's more of a general sense, this cloud.
Okay. Naya, that, first of all, very cool. Consistently cool.
She has good
Do you really
stories.
think so?
Very much. So cool. I really want to do that. We're going to talk about how I can do that. I don't think I can. I want to do that. But, so all we have to go on for this dragon is that it seems, for what it's worth, to have a certain amount of command over the water, or at least oceanic creatures, and the colors of that cloud, which were pink and purple, I believe.
Yeah.
Pink and purple clouds, along with lightning. So we have pink, purple, lightning, potentially a connection to the sky seems redundant in the ocean.
Purple's a good color.
Okay. Naira doesn't have a response to that. It's a great color.
Oh, sorry. I was What?
Right. No, you had the water thing going.
Yeah.
I think we need to get out of this boat.
I agree.
On land, to be
Okay.
clear.
All right. So is that the discussion of the 3 days that you're on the boat? Anything else you all would like to discuss, or?
One last thing. I would go to Paz and be like, Paz, maybe we can set up a move that we can do like we did before, but more consistent.
Varys, the man who's throwing me, is talking.
I think he wants to have a conversation with you. Why don't you engage? Make new friends that aren't just me.
I don't. But he fell from the skies.
Well, maybe
I
maybe
fall.
He is
maybe
made
you're
of
leading
gas.
him from the skies to be your friend.
I don't know which story I made up is true, but I made up several.
What?
It was really cool when you guys did that thing where he threw you, and then while you were a projectile, you threw a projectile. I think you should do that.
Maybe you could throw more next time.
I think we could have accomplished the same thing if I had not been thrown.
Oh, you should name it something. So in the middle of a
should have a
fight,
team,
you'll know.
yeah.
How about it's
You know?
Don't Touch Me?
Let's call it Star Blitz.
I don't like where this is going.
I'm gonna
feel
call it Star
ignored,
Blitz.
so
I think
I
you
will
should
go
have-
along with this plan.
I think you should have a couple moves where you parkour off different parts of his body, and that also sends you through the air.
This is
kinda
good.
I'm calling it Star Blitz.
Kind of leap.
We are becoming
leapfrog it.
friends.
Yeah.
This
See,
is
look, you're making
very
new friends
special.
already, Paz.
I feel like my input was not listened to,
Has-
but I will go
Finn-
along.
Finn puts his hand on Paz's heart right next to his heart and goes,
Boris!
"You're my friend, Paz."
I already hit you, so we're friends. Which reminds me, Naya, we have to be. Would you like to be friends with me?
I would love that.
I
Friends
don't.
are the roots of the earth.
I don't understand that, and I don't want to hit you.
Oh,
I think that means
no.
that you have to hit me.
No, I think you and I can just be friends.
Without the hitting.
No hitting.
That does not
Friends.
sound like friendship.
Okay,
How can
I
you
don't
not be
understand,
friends if you don't go through
but
pain?
I believe you.
Well, my people show friendship.
I'm just
by-
gonna, real quick, right into Finn's gut.
That
Uh,
makes a good point.
I want to know how much it hurts Finn for a reaction.
All right. Paz, then I want you to go ahead and just roll an unarmed strike.
'Cause I know monks can
Or
hit
you can
hard,
just,
so-
or you can roll a d4 plus your dex.
I'll get to it. So we will do it.
See
I
how
really
much you
hope it's
hit.
nothing. Oh, that's a natural. First off, 1 minute.
Not very hard.
Not very.
The weakest I could possibly
Uh,
do if I hit you at
when-
all.
When you hit the armor on my stomach, I kind of just look at you and go, "Yeah, but a little higher." And I point at my heart.
That had hurt Pez's hand. I will no longer do this.
I'm just standing a little bit close to Naya, but I'm not looking at her.
I will link my arm within hers and just shape the water with one hand and just smile.
I'd like to shoot a telepathic message to Varys.
What?
This
You
is
do that?
this is uncomfortable. I do not like it.
Awesome.
I think at this point, your companion Raiden is probably very concerned for his
Don't worry, Raiden.
Oh, such a strange bunch.
I'll protect you, Raiden.
Kind of bubbles to himself. With that, we're going to go ahead and commence with the next sequence of stuff. Sound good?
Yep.
Paz RP, best RP. Let's go.
Okay, so you bring the boat to this dock. Right, it's the only notable structure that you can see in the actual water. Again, the bluffs themselves are about 200 feet above. And as you kind of land into the dock, you're able to lash whatever roping that the ship actually contains to this dock. As the water slowly kind of moves up, crashing into the sheer rocks that are covered in ice. You see a small little head just kind of poke itself out, just a little bit above you, right? And a voice comes down from above. Hello?
Hello.
I believe the word is ahoy.
We aren't expecting any boats right now. Where did you come from?
The
We
boat
weren't
was not
expecting
expecting to be here either.
I expected it to be here. I put it here.
Well,
She's really, really smart when it comes to that sort of thing.
I
We're
No eye
don't know
contact at
anything
all.
anymore.
It's all right, Paz. You tried.
Could we please explain this on the other side? I don't know if you've noticed, it's so cold.
Don't patronize me, Varus.
I'll lower this. I'll lower this here. It's mainly for cargo. You'll have to hold on. Begins to you hear kind of a lurching mechanism as it kind of grinds downwards with this wheel almost, and it's like a best way to describe it is it's a slab of wood with rope on each point of this square, going to a hoist all the way up. There's a thicker rope to the pulley that's 200 feet above, slowly lowering you down. In fact, it takes upwards of 10 minutes before this thing is able to come down to your level at one of the corners of the dock. It lands onto the dock with a large crash. The rope somewhat goes slack. Just get on it. Hold on.
Finn would stand to the edge of the boat and he'd go, I'll just fly up. And he would like kind of bend down like he's gonna jump and he goes, wait, why did I say that?
Can you fly?
I don't think so.
Give him like a little bit of a shove.
I
Not a hard one, just like a little bit.
After she
It's
does
just like
that, I'm
instant.
gonna give another hard shot.
Oh my god. Alright.
All right, I
What
want
are
to
we
see.
doing?
I want to see an athletics from both Paz and Finn.
Good luck, buddy.
Athletics is something I'm great at.
Not so great. All right, Finn, you maintain your position and your ground as you feel the small hands of a halfling push you.
He's just like,
Once again, like a child.
I would like to see flight.
I don't think I can fly that.
I don't see any wings. I don't think he could fly there.
I don't know why I said that.
Varus is a very smart man. He teamed with Pez. Let us go, and I'm just gonna hang on.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
walk
jump
onto the
on.
platform.
All right, you walk onto the platform. As you do, you grab onto the ropes as best as you can, holding on. As the lurching mechanism begins to, pull you up, this pulley begins to pull you up. Now, the weight of all of you combined and how many people are actually pulling you up, you notice that this is very slow. In fact, it is at least a third of the speed of which it was descending. As it's slowly ascending, you see Raiden, gripping on to whatever he can. The crew member that you have saved, you are lifted up 200 feet up on this pulley system, and that will bring us to activating the actual town map of.
Yay!
So, one thing to note, my town and city maps are really just for placeholders. I try not to put too much onto them to try to populate. I just want to make sure that as far as the scope and the size of the town and city are conveyed, as well as a lot of the notable structures are given. And with that, there are some structures that do not have actual dungeon maps or things, and for those we will go to Theater of Mind, which is how I have kind of wrote the campaign. But I do have a kind of a slew of tavern maps and other things too that we use throughout. So, as you are brought up in this kind of pulley system, again, the edge of this dock, you notice it's a crew of 3. The one, as soon as you get up, kind of helps you as best as he can. It is a male human with a darker complexion and kind of almost like a buzzed cut on the head. We lagging? All right, we lagged out. I will refresh.
can you let him know that this was super convenient for me and I'm grabbing food?
I got you. I'm back. I heard you.
Oh, super convenient for me. I'm gonna grab food.
Camera's going off again.
Just come up, she DDoSed it, so she could go get food.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Black
Definitely.
switch.
definitely
Black
planned.
switch.
Definitely
Black
planned.
switch.
Although now I do like that on my screen and next to Varus, so.
Definitely planned. Slight hiccups
I'm
on the Jitsi
next to
server
Varus,
there,
I'm
but
not.
it's easy
Yeah, I
to come
gotta
back.
put my
with a
arm
refresh.
Everybody
around
wants
him.
to be next to me.
He's not
I'm
putting his
next
arm
to
back
Varus.
around.
Hi, buddy. Hey, friend. Wait. Are,
Who are you next to?
okay.
That's it.
Hey.
Yeah.
Beans are
What
great.
the fuck is going on?
It is mirrored, by the
Dude.
way. So when you see
For me?
somebody, it is mirrored.
Oh.
So make sure you go the opposite
Yeah.
direction.
For me? You
That actually
guys are both,
fits.
like, you guys are going in the same
So you
direction.
went the same
Yeah, y'all
direction.
just
So
push-
one of you,
yeah, the
one of
same
you
way.
has
So
to
I
switch.
gotta go this way.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
Yeah, and then the
Uh,
person go the same.
there it
There it
is.
is.
There you
Perfect.
go.
That's great. All
What's
right,
up,
so
Cody?
Haley went and get food, so we'll just go ahead and continue on. So basically, when you get up here, this person helps you up, wearing this dark complexion but kind of buzzed hair, and you notice immediately that there's warmer clothing is adorning this figure. There's kind of this, almost like a bear pelt that's kind of whitish, is kind of dressed over the shoulders, but underneath is very poor clothing, wearing just boots as best as they can to keep off of the snow. And in this area appears to be somewhat of a shipping yard that's covered mainly with snow and ice. Many of the actual wagons and carts and barrels and crates that are scattering about this area are very, unused, right? And then the distance, about a 10-minute walk down a narrow, kind of somewhat entrenched pathway. It's not cobbled or anything, but definitely where people have moved, and so the snow has been compacted, is the town of Harak.
Did I miss?
You have
we
just been
close?
brought.
I would like to hang back a little bit,
Okay.
and like casually gather some snow in my hands, and then lob that snowball right at Finn's head.
I have no idea it's coming, so I don't like if she hits you.
Can you tell me really quick what's going on?
Yeah, so you have just been brought up this pulley elevator-like system up onto the kind of bluff scape outside of the town of Harak on the southwest, almost into somewhat of a shipping yard where they unload supplies and they lift them up here. This
You,
person-
Bearman? I need feet covering?
Yeah.
He's a
I-
bear man.
Bearman, my name is Daniel.
It's just a person wearing a bear coat.
I'm just
Paz.
wearing this to keep warm.
Do you have any
Well-
spare blankets? And then Finn gets whacked in the head by a snowball.
Like, how close is it out here?
You can find them in the marketplace in the center of town. There's a smith there too. Not many traders, but many of those are trappers and hunters. They skin pelts and things. They can give you some. It's kind of shuddering and it's cold.
Who's bigger between Varus and Finn?
Finn's bigger.
Excellent. I'm going to just climb up Finn because I don't wear shoes.
Finn,
Wow.
Finn like puts his arm up like this so Paz can sit in it.
You shall.
The more
you-
comfortable he gets with you holding him, the more likely he'll let you throw him.
We shall bond.
Strategy.
You are very fortunate that we were here. We are picking up a small barrel or two from one of the last shipments that came in before the ports were closed.
How recently were the ports closed?
Less than a month now. Of course, we still can get shipments in and out. There's still shipments, from, intercontinental. But for now, nothing will be sent our way for the remainder of the season.
I would,
Everything over land, a week and a half to 3 weeks. I think Peloriza has a caravan going out in that time. Two caravans, but no more boats.
I would like to get some more warmer clothes, maybe.
Yeah. Is there somewhere warm where we can perhaps also find something to eat and somewhere safe to sleep?
Of course.
Yeah, it's just, we dear very dearly need a rest. We were stuck out at sea for a few days.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. I'm very fortunate that you've arrived here. I will make haste. I'll escort you. Yes.
Are the ports closed because the blockade? Or are they closed before?
They're closed because of the war to the south.
Aha.
Or
Yes, this far north up here, it just seems more of an imaginary fairy tale, but apparently it's very serious.
Who gave
Who's
orders to
fighting?
close the ports?
You both were talking over each other. I couldn't quite get that. Sorry.
We tried to speak in unison. Finn has not learned.
Guys, after me.
Who closed the order? Who gave the order to close the ports?
That was a royal decree by King Reldor Talthar. He lives in the People's Palace within the capital city of Balder.
I understand.
I forgot what my question was.
You said you mostly get cargo ships here.
Yes, we get cargo ships, but the last one arrived, 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
Were there any passengers?
No
Like us?
passengers.
Just
None.
empty cargo.
We only ship import-export cargo. Harak is a mining town. Peloriza.
How many crew?
I'm not sure of crew. Many of them are brigantines with just a lower hull for supplies and whatnot. They don't carry passengers.
Do you
Who's-
have
who's
any
at war?
idea what condition your, I guess, neighbors would be a stretch, but our original goal was to get to Cedric Bay? 1 second. It's Kadan, isn't it? Our original goal was to get to, it is Cedric. To Cedric Bay and to Alathan. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the state of Alathan right now.
I'm not sure. I mean, whispers and voices from down below. Many of these ships come from Alathan, and they are there to take the iron ore that we harvest and bring it to the capital city to make weapons and armor.
Can
And
I ask a question?
And you heard from them good things?
I'm not sure.
Bad things?
We don't necessarily ask them anything. We just unload the cargo.
All right.
Finn, what were you saying?
Daniel? Who's at war?
Sorry, say that again?
Who's at war?
Oh, at war. Again, it's a fairy tale, but as far as we can tell, monstrous creatures. Creatures that wield common weapons, but they speak in tongues, giants, things like that. Beasts that you would never see get together. I'm not entirely sure what leads them.
That sounds extremely concerning.
And familiar.
Now that we do know that the Talthars, they've sent soldiers and paladins, as well as elvish soldiers from Temeria. They arrive at Melandar and they get shipped out to the warfront.
Where's the warfront?
The warfront is almost between the border of the two regions of Uther and Athrena, far to the south. Again, this is all hearsay from people that communicate just from the lower docks, as well as those that dare travel through the Frosthorn Pass to the east.
One more thing Paz has question of. Have you seen this man? And I'm going to take out another little wood carving. He will be much taller and not in wood carving form. This is not to scale.
I've never seen this person.
Have you heard of the leader?
Leader? There's a leader here. We have a duke here. Well, calls himself the Duke. I'm Brian Orillo.
No, he is not.
Okay.
Here's the leader. May he guide you. And I'm going to give him and I'm just going to hold out the figure to him.
He reluctantly takes it and just kind of puts it within his trouser pocket.
That was disrespectful.
If this is happening on the warfront, how long has this been happening?
I mean, timeline up here, we just got word about 5-6 years ago when they wanted to ramp up as far as our iron exportation. And Peloriza would be the one to talk to about that. He runs the Harak Mining Company near the quarry and mine to the northeast.
What was his name?
Peloriza. Or you can talk to the Duke Umbrian Orillo. He was appointed by the Lord Thalan Falor. He resides within the city of Othema. He was appointed, I would say a couple years ago to make sure the operation was ran to a success. In my opinion, he doesn't do much except live within inside his manor. I will go ahead and paste into chat the names of these people.
Awesome.
Are we walking the whole time we're talking?
I'm going to go ahead and say that you are, just because of how cold it is.
this happened within this, in theory, happened within the past 5 years. Would I have any kind of insight or history or anything having been fairly recently in Merlindar?
As far as your backstory goes, the war that he is referring to is the war that broke out after the event in your
Okay.
backstory.
And I wouldn't have maybe in the few years I was living in Merlindar picked anything up or heard anything.
You would have probably picked up, as far as the soldiers that are marching down and the things, but the tales of what they're talking about is not something that would have probably been heard of. I'm not entirely sure how long you were at sea and making port. I would think that a lot of this stuff, if you did make port back in Merlandar, given your backstory, he's essentially reiterating some of the things that you might have overheard.
Okay.
So where are you taking this, Daniel?
I'm just taking you down the road here. I'm going to give a description now of the actual town. A small town nestled between the Frosthorn Mountains and the cliffs that overlook the Frosthorn Bay. It is well known for its crude design of random groupings of stone huts with wooden and straw-thatched roofs. The huts have small opening blocked by regularly shaped wooden doors. Smoke from fires within billow upwards. There are several sturdier-looking stone buildings that are single stories nearby the village square. One of which is kind of a trading general store for pelts and other things for hunters and gatherers to arrive in there and sell and trade if they do not wish to stay within the marketplace and they wish to give it to a purveyor and then leave. The other one is the barracks. This houses mercenaries that serve the Duke Umbrian Orillo. It's not necessarily a guard or soldiers. They appear to be miners or other people that have been conscripted, given weapons, and told that they are guard. These buildings are more noted for the wooden and stone and clay thatched roofs. However, none of the structures appear to have any windows whatsoever. This cold up here to have windows is pretty remarkable. You have to maintain your fires quite well to keep the heat in. And we don't have modern windows here. So the village square that you kind of see as you walk past, that's where this person is kind of leading you past. As far as a marker of where you might be, you probably say kind of around here. The village square has many carts, wagons that are littered about a dirt and rocky terrain that you kind of imagine is shoveled to keep off the snow and the ice from building up, making sure the wagons and the carts can move about. There are several canopies that are erected to protect against the snow and the various elements, one of which is the blacksmith that is hammering day and night to repair wagons and mining equipment. It's a 4-person operation, working off of 2 forges and 3 kilns and a couple anvils. You're not entirely sure if they make weapons, though. There's nothing that they seem to sell, but they do appear to be kind of working on those round, kind of how you reinforce a wagon wheel. You kind of rivet it down into the wheel, as well as like mining picks, shovels, and rivets and other sorts of mining equipment. There are 2 roads that actually kind of lead into and out of the town. The northern road leads to the Harak Mining Company and the mine. And again, it's just a kind of a trampled and dug in with multiple feet as the shifts run day and night. And so these people will travel to and fro. It's about 20 to 30 minutes as far as a walk goes just to get up to that area. The only other road is the southern road, and that leads to the Frosthorn Pass, about a day and a half's travel. The Frosthorn Pass climbs to about an 8,000 elevation and is the only passageway that will get through the Frosthorn Mountains to this protected tundra area. And it's very protected because you notice that the weather given from the Forgotten Sea, it's probably about 6 or 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer, and the wind has really died down here. So you see as this figure kind of continues to lead you, given that you were looking for somewhere warm to stay, maybe an ale to be had, and it takes you to the only tavern, which is called the Frosty Ale Tavern. I'm going to go ahead and activate that map, and then I'm going to drag your tokens down onto the map. Just give me a second.
Fancy.
Mm.
Looks inviting.
I'm gonna go ahead and give a description of the tavern's what you can see from the outside. It's a single-story stone and wooden building with a chimney, multiple chimneys that spit fresh smoke. The smell of meat and faint music from maybe a few that are actually playing, wind flutes and things, kind of alludes to this entrance that sticks out about, 10 or I would say 5 feet from this actual stairwell that leads up. Kind of like a foundation, right? So this 3-foot stairwell kind of goes up on the foundation. These double wooden doors are there. It's reinforced with some metal. It's kind of like wrought iron handles that are actually kind of rusted at this point. The other notable things are these actual kind of thicket bushes and stuff that have been allowed to kind of freely grow out front. That kind of denotes some of the tundra vegetation that also scatters about the town. There is a cart pullout to the east for those that kind of pull their wagons and carts in. They can actually kind of unload there and come inside to the tavern on the east side of the structure.
Well, thank you so much for bringing us here. I believe this is where we part ways.
Okay. As you kind of say part ways, oh, of course, I'll head back to work. He kind of looks around. And
As he begins to leave, Finn pulls out a gold and says, "Here, Daniel, for your troubles."
We more than appreciate it. Just be like, you don't need to feel like you owe us anything.
Daniel takes the gold and looks left and looks right. You see kind of a group of 3 of the mercenary guard-like looking folks wielding what you imagine to be spears, chainmail, crude as far as the clothing underneath. Kind of looks and holds the gold. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Kind of holds it to his chest as he begins to almost do a half a run back in the direction you came from.
It could end up being more trouble for him than it was anything else.
If he makes it, then he has a gold.
Yeah. Finn, people aren't nice.
Yeah.
That guy seemed nice, but people aren't nice. Just be careful before you start flashing gold.
It was just fun, wasn't it? Not a big deal, right?
I have no response for him. I'm just like, right, okay.
Everyone is capable of being a bad person. It's all about judging the character first.
I also believe we've lost Kyle.
Oh,
There he is!
Coming back.
Yes!
Just have a quick
No, he's
look.
fine.
Guys, it looked like you're having a hard time back there.
It is cold on my feet and cold on my body.
Hurry up and get inside.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Here's a
and
nice fire for everybody.
All right. I had to refresh. I was starting to lag out.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Is everyone with us? We're good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I was kind of lagged out a little bit there. Just want to make sure that everything was fine.
Great.
All right. So as far as coming in, you get to see the inside of this tavern. It's immediately apparent that this is a stone structure, very much a stone structure with the actual tiling of stone in here as well. There's not many people that are in here right now. As far as time, it would be 11 a.m. So the people that would be in here are kind of on a swing shift of sorts. That are getting quite drunk, given that they've worked all the way through the night into the morning, and they're kind of drinking themselves to be able to kind of pass out. Now, in the center of this actual tavern is a hearth somewhat of a mosaic stone pattern that's about 2.5 feet. And you kind of see that there is a kind of a spit over the fire with a mountain goat carcass that is somewhat higher up, just kind of, for rotating and slow cooking, potentially for this afternoon or evening. There is a wooden bar and it kind of wraps around on the northwestern corner of the room, and behind that appears to be a door, potentially to a kitchen of sort. There are circular wooden tables with stools dotting about. There's a secondary fireplace over in the other corner of the bar, and then there's a cart full of wood with some kind of crude-looking great axe that's over top of it, potentially for this tavern keeper to chop the wood that is necessary for the tavern. There's another door in the corner of the southwest. Not entirely sure what that leads to. There's no stairwells. Again, it's a single-story structure. As soon as you enter in, you notice that the door opens, carrying a huge platter of bread and other baked goods. Appears a stocky mountain dwarf, fair complexion with dark green eyes, long red braided hair going down to what you imagine to be his shoulders, and then this massive bushy red beard that is just to the mid-chest. It is absolutely fit for surviving in this tundra environment. He's wearing kind of a bloodied apron, now covered in flour. It's about a brown in coloration. Obviously, those other things are changing its color. And then underneath that are somewhat of a tan cloth tunic and then leather trousers and boots. As soon as he sees you, he sits down the platter upon the bar, and he kind of looks at all of you. Oh my goodness. What is this?
I
Yes.
love your hair.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm very sorry if our interest seems unexpected. We just needed somewhere to relax.
Of course, I don't get many adventurers up here. This is quite remarkable. Begins to kind of stroke his beard. I have fresh bread here. If you would like some. You need rooms, ale, food, whatnot.
Finn turns back to Nia and goes,
I'll be ever most
look at his
grateful.
hair.
We're lucky to even be alive right now.
Lucky to be alive. Did you come through the Frosttorn Pass? Did you get attacked? Were you ambushed?
We were stuck at sea.
You seem to know an awful lot about things.
Well,
I will still take your bread.
I am the tavern keeper here of the Frosty Ale Tavern. I am. My name is Barlow Grick, clad Alderfist. I bought this establishment here long ago, and it's quite my baby. I know a lot of inner workings of the town. I've been here for over 200 years.
That is
200
long.
years.
It's a long time. And not ever have I had a group like you in here. This is remarkable.
I'm just sort of, I've taken him up on that immediate bread offer, and I'm just like, we would really appreciate a warm bed, more of this bread, and some ale, please.
Of course. I have some rooms. I don't exactly have enough rooms for the lot of you, but you're more than welcome to room together. The accommodations are quite quaint. Again, I don't get many people up here at all. And ale, I have some standard ale, maybe some wine. He points to the rack behind him, which appears to be like a third or half-filled wine bottles that are absolutely oxidized. Most likely vinegar at this point.
Varus's enthusiasm, it makes me nervous.
No, I don't need any of those drinks. I
He's
just
just
simply need
excited
water.
to see us.
Perhaps I can introduce you to one of my specials. Pulls up a small cask. You imagine it to be almost 3 gallons.
What is it?
3 gallons. It is what I call Barlow's Special.
We would love
what
that.
is it?
A thick
Varus?
dwarvish stout reinforced with some special ingredients.
I'm going to
Warm
get
soup.
crazy today.
Hey, Nia,
Hello, may I have
want a
a fizzy
dwarvish
water?
stout?
Paz, you're hitting the drink, huh?
I deserve it after surviving.
You did do a lot. You did dart those
How
two
much for
things.
drinks for everyone?
Water is free, drinks, rooms as well. I mean, I imagine I can try to group in the lot and the price. I would say 2 gold pieces for food and room and board.
All right.
Upwards of,
Then-
let's say, 5 days.
Finn pulls out 2 gold. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Most gracious of you. Most gracious of you.
Simple enough.
Pockets it within a leather purse. Begins to pull out 2 pitchers of metal and metal, and then the other one's clay, fit with water. And
Can
then
I
just
get one of
regular
those?
ale.
Can I get one of those stouts?
Paz, please don't do anything too crazy.
I just wish to have some fizzy waters.
Okay, so people are drinking water, and then Finn, you said what'd you say?
Can I have one of those stouts?
Ah,
Dwarvish.
yes, the Barlow special. Eh?
Yeah,
Put me
that
down
what-
for a Barlow special as
Barlow
well.
special,
I'm
of
on the
course.
Barlow special.
Everyone's
Oh,
on the
yeah.
Barlow special. This is
Nara, you want one?
most
No.
appreciative of all you.
No, I'm just fine. I don't see it necessary. I prefer.
I want
Th-
2.
Those types of
Two.
drinks do not mix well with me.
2 Barlow specials.
I like her
Okay.
attitude.
I go up to Naya and will you be sleeping with the star or should we room together? Since we're
Oh
friends
no,
now.
we're best friends. We should sleep together.
We are best friends now. That is
We are. Yes, of course.
I'm going to take your lead on this one. We
Hmm.
should room together. I will also have 2 stouts.
Okay, so he takes out also a ring of keys out for the 4 rooms. Again, there's not many rooms, so 4 of them. He kind of slaps them down for you to divide amongst yourselves potentially. As he
Then begins
does,
to reach for it.
he lines the bar with clay mugs and holds the large cask as he's kind of like holding it above the bar and the mugs as he's dispensing the liquid into it. It is very thick as it's coming out, slightly tinged with this white lots of fat. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh,
what it
God.
is. It's black in coloration besides that, so black and white. It's foaming massively, and he just kind of shoves the cask back down on the bar after he finishes, and he begins to hand it out individually to you. In anticipation, he puts his just massive beard on the bar counter, and it's just like holding his hands like this and looking
I
at all
take
of you.
3 of them.
I just had like a massive friend promotion, so I just immediately just like face red, haven't even had any alcohol, just knock it back.
And I
Alright.
take 3 of them and I bring them over to Naya and I hand it to you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna take it with both hands, like a little kid.
I'll hand Paz his and then cheers him.
I've knocked one back and I
No.
grabbed the other one.
I take
Oh.
a swig.
The effervescence is tantalizing.
What does it taste?
Be careful now.
Yeah, so you
The
take a
bubbles
swig.
dance on my tongue.
The best way I can describe this to you is a somewhat hopped stout in a way that has chocolate notes as well as like hickory wood. This white fat is almost like a cream, and so it kind of sweetens it up. Just tasting in one gulp, it's thick and it kind of slides down your throat very slowly, and it immediately warms you up. After you drink a few more, go and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
That's what
Oh,
I'm talking
boy.
about.
That's 20. So you feel somewhat of the
That's
effects
5 today.
overcoming you after only 4 or 5 sips. The APV is upwards of 20%, but you're able to sustain it with the nat 20. 13, Varus 7. No, Varus, you are absolutely getting drunk right now. Just off the 1. Everyone
Good.
else is able to sustain themselves somewhat. A little tipsy, but you're definitely
Naya
understanding.
and I are
this.
best friends. That's
Oh,
why we both
no.
got 13.
This stuff
Virus
sounds-
talks in his
tastes a
sleep
little-
when he drinks.
this stuff tastes a
Can I
little-
tell where the flutes are coming from? The music is coming from?
Yeah, so again, there's not many people in here. There's actually only 2, which you know by the tokens. Those 2 right now, one of them is playing a wind flute, while the other one appears to have 3 mugs in front of him and a pitcher that is just downing them. Halfling is one of them, and the other one is a half-elf. Both appear to
I
be
will
wearing
take out
white
my
robes.
pan flute and begin playing as I walk over to them happily.
All right.
and
roll
join them.
Roll a performance check for me.
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Guys, you might want to come over and watch this. She's really
15.
good.
See, as you're absolutely jamming, this person, this halfling, did not anticipate having another person that was able to play. It stands up very cheerily upon this stool, begins to doing a slight jig with you as you begin to play together in almost near harmony.
I'm gonna look over at my best friend, Naira. Not the other night, Naya number 1. Naya number 1. And I'm going to tell her, come over, dance with us. And I'll get on the table and start dancing.
I have never been more stressed out in my entire life, and you know my backstory. But I follow over there.
You see as this half-elf is on the table, clearly just smashed. Stands up, mug in hand, ale spilling around as he's kind of like swaying side to side. And he looks to all of you. Dance with me, please. Dance with me. Yes.
Finn, Finn jumps over and starts dancing with him.
Grabs you by both arms. You swing around in circles, almost landing in the fire behind you as you kind of smash about from this character. You're able to hold this half elf as best as you can, but you definitely know that this one is headed for the floor.
I'm just standing there awkwardly trying to like pat a beat, but like no idea. Yeah, the beat's not there.
In mere moments, you see as the half elf just slowly kind of goes down to a sitting position, laughing about himself, getting the spins. No longer your dance partner, Finn.
No, that was fun though. Anyways, what time is it?
Right now, I'm going to go ahead and advance it to somewhat of noon, given the actual time frame. Making your way into the actual town and then, up to the tavern and take too much time, as you're all here. So it's lunchtime.
It has been less than an hour, and you've already got drunk.
This dwarf knows how to make his stuff, all right?
You, sir, you transgressed, but I will overlook it, as I'm enjoying a fizzy water.
Yeah, just keep sipping your fizzy water, Paz. You'll get drunk one day.
I don't believe you.
Hey, Paz, how many of those can you drink?
Oh, this is still the first.
Maybe we should get another one.
Do you think if we shake him and there's fizzy water inside of him, it'll work?
I do not wish to be shooken.
I'm just saying if Finn were to shake him.
Paz is a master of evasion.
I could try it if you want.
You will not.
I really want.
Finn begins to reach towards Paz like he's trying to pick up a baby.
Paz, you are drunk and not here to help.
You're on your own on this one. The floor's all
I will resist.
wavy.
And I was afraid of this happening.
He tries to grab Paz and pick him up and give him a little shake.
I will attempt to resist.
Okay. Is that athletics again, or?
Sure.
Acrobatics instead.
Yes, you can roll acrobatics. Paz, you are grappled.
Baby syndrome.
I'm a master. Stop it.
What am I looking for?
I'm very dizzy.
In theory, if you shake him hard enough, all of the fizzy inside of him will
not
explode out of him, and it'll look really cool. That's all.
It diffuses over
That
time.
sounds like it's gonna be messy. Who's gonna clean that up?
Yeah, I stopped. I don't think that's a good idea.
Morris, we're staying in our room together. Remember this?
Oh, put this small
Disappointed.
man down now.
I really wanted to know if
I
it
am
would
not
work.
small.
You're being held by a man from the stars right now. You're kind of small.
He is a man of gas from the stars. I
not
cannot
personal.
help it. He can fly.
He says he can fly. We've yet to see him actually fly.
Are you calling
Oh my
him
god,
a
Finn, you
liar?
should fly now.
I'm not calling him a truther.
I can't. I don't think I can.
That statement confuses me.
I said Paz.
This is a great opportunity. You're a star, right? Just go back. I'm just pointing. Just go back. Just fly.
No, don't go back.
That
We're having
sounds
so much fun.
Come back,
tone-
but go and come back.
The tone of that
Wow.
sounded very rude.
I don't think I can try. And Finn kind of steps up on the table nearby, and he kind of goes down and tries to jump to give himself a little bit of a boost, and just lands on the table again. I don't think I can do it.
You jump on the wooden table. How much do you weigh?
205.
205?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't break the table, but you can definitely
Okay.
see that it's near breaking when you hop on.
Well, plus the chainmail and all that.
Yeah, so it's like shaking back and forth. See
All
Barlow
right.
as he's
Nimbly
cutting-
jump off.
Barlow is cutting slabs of meat off, getting it onto another platter, getting it up to the bar as well, putting it on wooden or clay plates and just kind of handing it onto the bar. Food for you all. Yes, go. It should be ready for you. And I don't have any other accoutrements right now, but this will be tying you over. I'm sure you're all hungry.
Thank you.
Immediately.
As soon as he hands you food, Finn, he looks at you, and you'll have to pay for that table if you break it. Just FYI.
I didn't. I don't think I did. But I will.
Wood
It's
is hard
clearly
to come
broken.
by. What? My table's broken.
It's clearly broken.
It
Well,
still looks
definitely
fine
not.
to
What
me.
is
It still
this?
looks
That's
like a
perfect.
table.
Kind of climbs
That was
over,
him.
goes around the bar and looks at the table, grabbing the legs and moving them back and forth. And he stands up, grabs his beard.
I will testify that it is broken.
He broke it. He just points it past.
Seems like you all need some more Barlow special right now. Is what I'm thinking.
I like. I
Oh,
just nod,
Varus,
yeah.
Varus, you must drink mine. Yes, you will take
No,
many more.
that
More
one's
than
on you to
willing.
finish. You got yourself into this
He
little
loves
man.
himself.
I'm
Another
more
one.
than willing to reimburse you for the table. If push comes to shove.
Begins to pour more of the Barlow special, and actually the same order that you had before, not giving any way to how much you've had already or what you currently have. Pulling up as many mugs as he can, he pours himself one as well.
He's dangerously over-serving.
I think through the like
Doesn't
food
go well.
insecurity and like shoveling food, I sort of just like grab another one and I look at Nye and I'm just like, are we still drinking?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I'll point to the barkeep. What is his name again?
Barlow. Grick.
Barlow Grick.
Barlow. Barlow, come.
What?
Bring your drink.
Oh,
And I-
me. Okay.
I gestured him up
Right.
onto the bar with me where I am dancing and playing the flute.
So Barlow hops onto the bar counter as best as he can, right? And he begins to do somewhat of a jig himself. Performance check wise, not very great. Seems to be kicking back and forth as best he can. Sloshing his drink in hand.
I'll drink from here. I appreciate you.
And it's just
Kinda
like
move
slapping
back so I
on
don't
his
get
legs.
You all are such a merry bunch, aren't you?
Of course.
I'm very surprised by this.
Hey, you guys think I can chug this whole thing?
I believe in you.
Drink it.
Fred just goes,
Give me another Constitution saving throw. Finn, you are now drunk.
I feel a little.
I'm not sure if you've ever been drunk in your life before, but you do feel the intoxication of it.
What is this? Why can I see like wavy
Oh yeah,
lines?
just touch your finger to your nose. Like this.
He goes like this.
You're doing great. It's perfect.
Oh my, that is a lightweight, aren't you? Come on, drink another one. Pours you another one, Finn.
He tries to grab it and he misses. Where is it?
It's right in front of you. Grabs your hand, pushes you back onto the actual cup.
He like starts putting it up to his lips and he's like, I don't feel good.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's only noon right now.
He starts sipping on it.
I'll use shape water to like splash it up into his nose as he drinks.
Consuming that much liquor is not supposed to feel good.
Kind of rubs himself. Barlow hops down on the actual counter and is helping clean off with a rag some of the slosh that has kind of consumed the bar right now. As he stares at all of you. Shipwrecked. You've gotten here. What is your plans? You obviously have the rooms for 5 days, given what you've paid. What are you going to do here?
I have no idea.
Ah, you know who knows? My best friend. She is a master of the seas, and she also knows all of what's going on. Tell me.
Oh, you're muted. Oh, we can't hear you.
Is someone muted?
Am I?
Can't hear
No,
you. Alias.
the other Nye.
And I'll like play a little flourish and like "Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum," before she starts talking.
Finn just like has the tankard in his hand. He's just staring at it and like intensely.
Pretty much.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's
It
do
wasn't
this.
muted. Just I think it got mad because I kept muting and unmuting. to be polite with like
Got it.
chewing noises. And so I was like, no, you're not here anymore.
You have been forbidden from using video and voice chat.
Finn chugs the last tankard that he has.
Oh wow.
I just got very highly complimented, so I'm pretty sure I knocked it back.
Go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw.
Both of us, or just him?
Both of you. Why not? Oh wow, 22. You're totally fine.
Guys,
Finn,
I love drinking.
You're staying.
I've already
A
tried.
real pro.
But you can no longer walk of your own.
I'm just like, guys.
I think Starboy's had a bit much.
Or maybe you should take him to a room and sleep it off. But it's only noon.
He called you Starboy. That's perfect.
What?
I
Just
agree. He
checking,
is a lightweight.
Guys, you're a lightweight. I can throw you across the room.
You can't stand up, fool.
I try to stand up and fall over.
Michael, did you say my character's drunk now?
No, you're good.
Cool. Yeah, I think I look and I am like, can you? I want to do the water. I'm just like, I just move my fingers. I'm like, I want to do. Can I do that?
Oh, yes, sure. You just you channel the nature spirits. Do you know? You don't have to concentrate so much once you get used to it, but just channel the nature spirits.
I heard nature spirits and don't concentrate, and I just am thinking about both words and how hard it takes to not concentrate.
All right, now look behind you at this fire. Yes.
Yeah.
Channel the nature spirits and just will them to move.
I'm willing hard. Can I? Can I roll anything?
You know what? Nobody gets it on the first try. It's perfectly fine.
Roll a
You just have to
wisdom
keep
check.
practicing.
Okay. Wisdom check. Which would be not a six. That's check. There it is.
It's a
Wisdom.
check, yeah, just flat wisdom.
They say it's always unimpressive your first time.
You see?
Oh my god!
See this now,
That's
you gotta
6.
focus on the flames. What are you attempting to do again? What was that? You said shape water? No, you said to
Control.
flame, right?
I asked her how she moved elements. I said I want to do it, and she directed me to try it with the fire. So I was
We
concentrating.
don't have any water, so I
You begin to stare at the flames intently. Again, you begin to kind of put yourself into the fire. Your eyes funnel in tightly. You focus, concentrate, and you could swear that the fire moved of your will. But to everyone else, meh.
I'm very excited though. I think I moved it.
Been just laying on the ground and you guys hear.
I mean, it looked like it moved.
And I will control flame to give it a big puff to make her feel even better.
Oh, whoa, my mountain goat, what are you doing? Marlo is over.
Oh,
Oh, my precious
I'm
thing.
sorry, I'm new at this.
It's gonna be
have-
overcooked now.
Ruined his goat.
Just a bit crunchy. It'll be fine.
I need to slow cook. It cannot be cooked this hot. Gonna lose its.
Varus does not know how to cook.
All tastes the same when you've been in the wilderness for long enough.
I'm happy to eat anything that is put in front of me.
Varys grabs a grasshopper.
You gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
I'm
Oh
out
no, I
cold.
certainly understand.
Sparlow begins to kind of put out the flame a little bit, dying it down, moving somewhat of a small shovel into the actual fire to try to move some of the coals around. Puts it back out, wipes his brow. Oh, yeah, Sparlow special. It's getting to me right now. He's looking around, somewhat paranoid, sweating. Was back behind the bar. Gets another one.
Barlow has required shoes.
Shoes. You need shoes.
We're gonna
You
go
see,
drunk
it's very
shopping.
cold here.
We're gonna go drunk shopping.
I told
guys.
you we should have got new boots before we got on the boat, Paz. You didn't listen
And my
to me,
feet.
per usual.
Wait, you've been walking around barefoot this entire time?
He doesn't like shoes.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
It keeps me in touch with nature, but nature is very cold.
I cannot believe you've been walking around without shoes. You might want to head to the market and get yourself a pair of boots or something.
Can we
Varys!
leave him here? And I just point to the unconscious thing.
I mean, you could.
I'm going to jump down and then give him a few smacks on the cheek. Oh, wake up!
I don't want to. What do you want?
Hello.
Hi.
Do you wanna go check out the rooms? We were gonna go get some provisions. You could come if you're up for it.
Oh, I can try. Kind of like sit up. My head just like loose.
I think we should put him in a room. Or Varys carries him.
I'm not carrying him.
Come on, very
He's
sometimes.
massive.
Varys has a very important duty. I need his mastery of transactioning with money.
Do I have to buy you shoes? Is that what you're saying?
You are better at it than I. I am
Come
not a
on.
master of money.
I will buy you shoes.
You are chosen by the leader to help me.
Yeah.
And you are very
We'll
good.
we'll bring it up with the leader when you bring me to him.
Did your leader
Well,
not
I
have
did-
shoes?
The leader, we chose to not because it kept us in tune with nature.
I do a
I look
very
at Naya.
dramatic
I'm like,
eye
is
roll.
that? Do you not wear shoes?
I lift up my
No.
gown and excitedly show you that I also have no shoes upon my feet.
That
I always thought shoes were not a choice. I'm very.
was very
Again,
dramatic.
something else we have in common. So many things.
We shall be best friends based upon not wearing shoes.
Oh, very, very good friends. You see, my best friend is here.
I had like a full panic attack. I was like, are there more than one best friend? Am I?
That is unacceptable.
Oh,
There's
Has
not
only
everyone has to be your best
I
friend.
got-
Not
As
everyone has
only
to be your best
requires
friend.
the best position. For
Paz,
he
if
is
you'd like-
chosen by the leader.
If you'd like, pass. We could duel for it. I could, and I like
Oh.
finger my like great longsword.
Taz is a master of combat.
do you know?
I don't think
I look
we
at
need to
Naya.
fight
I'm like,
over
do we
Naya.
duel for it? Is that?
No. Maybe we could just all be very good friends. Except for you and I, we're the best of friends.
I looked crestfallen.
I don't see
No,
anything
I'd like
an
to
issue
say-
with it.
I'd like to stay best friends.
Yeah.
Taz needs shoes. Let us go.
Finn like starts leaning over towards Paz and he's like reaching towards his feet. And he's like, "What the heck is your feet? They're so small."
What are the chances that I can carry Finn?
Pretty good. I feel like they're very good.
What's the role for me to try and carry Finn?
Are you?
205 pounds.
What's
With
Because I'm
your-
chain,
proficient
what's
with
your
heavy
50 pounds.
weapons.
Let's just start. What's your strength right now?
Good point. My strength right now is 16.
You can carry him.
I'm 205 plus 126 pounds. So I'm
Yeah, with that.
330 pounds.
I think with,
I can-
with the 16 strength, you should be able to carry him half movement speed over your shoulder. But that's like your max carry capacity.
Okay. I think I look at Finn. I'm like, are you coming with us?
I guess.
I throw him over my shoulder.
I can definitely drag him.
I pat like the back of his thigh. I'm like, I will put you down when we stop moving.
Groin first, so the snow
I don't
piles
feel
up and
good.
is very uncomfortable.
If you throw up, you're already facing down. Just a little farther away, okay? Just try to like reassure him.
Maybe you should
I
put his
don't-
head on your
I
back.
don't put him down. I just like you're okay.
You're pretty strong.
Thank you. I think it's the friendship, and I just sort of start moving. God, I wish I could just drag your token.
So we're heading to the market area. We're
Yes.
going to find shoes. That's the what we're doing. Okay.
We're
What are we
getting some
doing with
shoes.
our NPC here, Raiden?
I think I like turn. Just like, listen. I'm waiting for him. Listen. He can't talk?
He's currently like sipping and like eating food and just kind of like almost scared, kind of
Insisting.
astonished
Alright.
at what he's doing.
Are
He's
you
kinda
strong
trying to-
enough to carry
Here's-
two?
Here's the thing.
What are we doing?
We saved you.
Yes, I suppose.
I think that means, and I could be wrong, and I would glance at Naya. I think you work for us now.
I work for you.
I mean, it's that or you owe us a debt of life, and I'm pretty sure that's more expensive.
I will work for you then. Pay off my debt.
Great. Can you go? Just you hold down the fort here. Keep drinking.
I see.
When we come back, we may need your assistance as far as securing rooms and dealing with this one. And I hike him a little bit. I'm like, good.
I will not leave. I will stay here with Barlow here.
Great. Hey, you're our chosen. I just leave.
As she leaves, I'm going to say, Paz will not restrict
As-
your movement. You are free to do as you will.
As she leaves also up from her shoulder, I go, wasn't that big fish thing looking for the chosen?
Just more circles.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm gonna just look back at the barkeep and be like, "Did you see that? Those are my friends," and just head out.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put it onto the town map now. We're all heading up to the market, correct?
Yep.
All
We're
right.
doing some drunk shopping.
Some more willingly than others.
I'm so hyped for some drunk shopping.
Yeah, we're going to.
Well, technically,
the
Naya and
way-
I are still good.
I will take the biggest ball of snow that I can collect. I mean, I am
Uh-huh.
talking the biggest one that I can make. And then I will lodge it directly at Finn's butt.
I don't make any move to like avoid
And
it,
I
but I
will-
think I turn away a little.
I will control water as best as I can to make sure that none of it hits her. Just only, and then the rest of it kind of scatters around her.
I
When
trust
it
you. It's
hits-
worth it.
When it hits, a bunch of it like goes under my armor and under my clothes and just like instant cold. And Finn literally just goes, ah! Ah! And he just starts like flailing around on your shoulder. Cold, cold.
And I will elbow Varys and just show him because he didn't. I don't think he saw it because he wasn't laughing. But I will.
I will laugh. I like you. You've got a nice spirit about you.
Oh,
My best
Despite
friend.
being
Cute.
nearly killed by a kraken, we're still having fun.
uh-huh. Yes. Well.
I feel more awake now.
Naya said the Kraken, it wasn't its fault. So
No.
It's fault or not.
Well.
I had nothing. I was like, I haven't put Finn down. Okay.
Okay.
So you all begin to make your way into the market area where the blacksmith is kind of centered around with these wagons and carts kind of moving about. A lot of these people are kind of hunkered down within their actual wagons themselves, those that actually have them that are kind of trading and selling things. About the market, kind of forming a barrier around it that's not adjacent to the road, is the actual shoveled snow, kind of in a, almost if you think of it like an ice rink and how they collect snow on the outside, forming this kind of is an embankment around it. Some cobbled stone areas, were actually put up slightly, some sort of gates, with kind of, fencing, whatnot, in sporadic areas. It definitely appears to be rather a hodgepodge of things that are happening here. It's not necessarily a crazy market. This is a very small town. However, finding boots, it's possible.
I'm
Alright,
looking
Paz,
around
keep
for
your eye out,
any
looking
kind of
for a
like
pair you
solid
like.
clothing.
I would like to find ones that are gray.
Are we
Okay.
shopping?
Just looking clothing and like furs and like things to be warm.
Okay.
Yeah, Grace is just looking for just more food to stock up because who knows, we may end up being stranded again.
We get
Okay.
we get me a new set of armor, maybe something better.
All right, so boots are going to be the first on the agenda. So you approach a gnome cobbler, as you imagine, someone that actually worked with shoes in this wagon. Appears to be a female, kind of wearing a warmer robe that fits over a dress with tall black boots. Fair face, complexion-wise, green eyes, and auburn hair that goes into a ponytail. And the actual robe kind of has a hood to it and it covers over. You know, she has like a small stool with a slight kind of coffee table as far as size goes and height. Appears to be having some sort of working mechanism, as kind of a assembly line working mechanism going for a lot of the miners' boots. So a lot of the miners that need work on their shoes and kind of cobbling them and making sure that they're fully repaired as they get quite tarnished and destroyed working in the mines.
I should specify, I'm looking more for like a bearskin sandal, not an
bear
actual boot.
skin
Just like
sandal?
something to stop, like
That's
touching the snow or the ground.
Who's making a sandal in
This
the
is
middle
such
of
a hard.
He knows what he
I
likes.
don't want a closed-toed shoe because that's just constricting.
I'm
You're
tell
gonna
you,
have to buy a boot and then cut it into a sandal.
Basically, what I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do if I don't find
Alex, this
this.
would be the only person that you imagine in this marketplace to be able to make something like that. So if that's something you would like.
Varys, what are shoemaking people called?
Cobblers.
Excellent. Pardon me, cobbler.
Ah, yes.
That was very jaunting.
How can I help you?
I am requiring a footwear.
Footwear. I have some boots that I have for sale in there. In my wagon here. I might have something your size.
Well, I have very tiny feet. I would hope so.
Of course.
From Naya's shoulder, you hear, they're really small.
You know what they say about small
I'm like,
feet?
oh, and I like literally just go.
I'd just fall to the ground.
You know what they say about small feet? Drunk star people cannot stand. Ha 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 ha!
Yes, I'm almost the
I
same
will,
height as you
look
and I'm
over-
laying down.
She pulls out a pair of brown leather boots that have black laces and they're kind of reinforced with pelts that go around the
Oh, no.
actual ankle area.
Those
And
are
she-
much too fancy for my needs.
These are fancy, and these will keep you warm on your feet, and I can offer a good price for these.
Do you have any bearskin
Bearskin?
or a pelt of warmth of some kind?
Pelt of warmth. I'm a cobbler.
Boots. Just simple, plain boots here, Paz. I think this is the
Perhaps-
best you're gonna get.
Perhaps you
just
would make
need-
your way to Rorvac. He's quite the hunter.
Well, I don't want closed toes.
That's
Paz his
just wear
tootsies
the
like to breathe.
boots.
I
Paz,
can-
buy the shoes and I'll cut the toes up for you.
I do not trust your cobbling abilities.
What? My precision cuts are like none.
You have proven otherwise.
Ugh.
I'm not
That is
sure
not
what
true.
I'm gonna tug on Varys's shirt and say, "What do they say about people with small feet?"
Hmm.
Uh,
You should
have-
ask Paz yourself on that.
They
one,
have
I
big
think.
Fine.
hearts.
Fine, fine. If you insist, I will take these.
That'll be a silver piece, please.
The transaction will be held by the master of transactions. His name is Varys. Be very kind.
You are such a confusing lot. One silver
One
piece then.
Okay. Here you go. Thank you. I'm sorry he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
I don't actually know if I'm supposed to have gold or not, but I don't. So
I believe that when we did your character creation, you actually said that you did not want gold. In
I
your
think that
inventory.
might have been true.
doesn't even
call.
remember.
Well
It
done.
just thematically fit.
I believe that's what we decided.
I don't remember, but that's fantastic. That would have been great.
Barry's probably has like 5,000 gold.
I would mention I would go see Rorvac. He's quite the hunter. He can get you some nice warm pelts that he has leather worked. They should help you out in the cold here.
Varys, is the pelt in order as well?
Yeah, if you need a pelt, right?
I I would most like a pelt.
Okay, come on. We'll go get you a pelt.
Can
Hey,
it be
guys.
bunny?
We'll see
Okay.
what they have. I don't make the pelts. I don't get to
I would
choose what
very
they
much
have.
like a bunny.
I doubt they're getting. You know how many bunnies?
They have little ears that are adorable.
You know how many bunnies you'd have to skin to make a pelt out of that, Paz? It's a lot of
3?
bunnies.
I don't know. I've only ever seen one.
Yeah, but now stretch it out to cover all of you, right?
You know, you're a real doubter when you're drunk. Paz does not approve.
I'm a real doubter all the time. That's why you keep me around.
I keep you around because I need you.
That too.
That's nice.
Because you owe me your life.
I don't owe you anything.
I'm going to like pick up Finn again.
Huh.
Throw him
All
on your
right.
shoulder. Where are you all headed next?
We'll
getting
go
some
find
pelts.
the pelt man.
We're
I don't know
going
if
to
anybody.
Orbit,
I don't know if
Orbit.
anybody else needed a pair of boots or not.
All right, you head over to where she is signaling you to the corner, which is a kind of a brown cloth canopy. supporting
Yeah,
the
Grace didn't
structure.
need any.
Has somewhat of these kind of skinning racks, right? Just kind of haphazardly tripod-like structures where these hides are actually kind of hung out to dry and whatnot upon a large pile in the actual shoveled area where it's dirt and rock. It's just a stack of various different hides. You see this half-orc that stands about 7 feet 3 inches tall, very, very large, green with incisors pointing upwards, and a war braid that comes down into a single ponytail about the mid-back, has black eyes, is currently working on one of the actual pelts right now. So one of the hides, I should say.
Varys, what do you call a person who works on hides?
I don't know if there's a word for that, but
It's called a tanner. Jeez.
Oh.
Get some culture.
Why'd you ask me then?
As I might be wrong.
Like,
Pardon me. Excuse me, Mr. Tanner.
Grumbles at you as he turns around. What do you want?
I need a pelt, please. I'm very cold.
Oh,
Okay.
Do you have any bunny?
Bunnies? I mean hares.
No, I mean, don't all pelts have hair?
Hare isn't bunny. Hare
Summer fur.
Oh, Varys has
Hair.
abandoned me.
stands for rabbits.
this
Yes.
guy sounds really tough. I say from my shoulder.
Grumbles too. I have rabbit pelts for you.
See, Varys, I told you they would have bunny.
I didn't
You
say they
lied-
wouldn't have bunny. I just said I can't make them have bunny.
You lied to me.
How many you want?
Oh. Crap, I guess you might be right. I think one bunny might be too small.
Make it quick, little one. I have work to do.
Do you have a bigger animal that will fit me without much hassle?
I have wool from goats. I worked into this. Throws it at you. It's like a robe of wool.
Ow! This is very itchy.
It'll do.
If you say so, Varys, pay the man.
5 copper.
I should probably get something warm while I'm here too.
We probably all
So
did,
be
right?
it.
You can have the wool.
Wolf,
I'd
bear,
like something nicer.
goat.
Oh, can I have wolf? I like wolf.
A little bit big for you.
I can trim to fit.
Throws it at you. 5 silver pieces, please.
Ow!
What about me?
I'm,
I want something.
Shut
The-
up.
we're looking, those of us
You can have the wool. It's itchy.
a little taller are looking for something cheap and warm.
Cheap and warm. I have bear. 1 silver piece.
That'll do. Alright.
Yep, Grace will just take the bear pelt. I mean, like,
Finn,
very sorry we had to interrupt you like this, but we really do need them.
Finn, did you need bear? Finn.
No,
It's
he can
okay.
take the wool.
Are you
It's-
cold? Are you cold?
It's itchy.
Kind of cold, yeah.
And he deserves to be itchy.
Finn, we need.
All this snow in my shirt isn't helping.
Finn,
You
where in
see,
your pocket is the money?
In the
All right,
ground.
pocket.
In the ground nearby the feet of this half-orc pokes out the head of a badger. Ken kneels down, pets the head of the badger. Good boy.
I love that badger.
Who's he talking to?
There's a
Talking to
badger.
me?
No,
You talking to Paz?
I am very good, but I would
Spin it with
I
a
would
better
not
voice.
appreciate his tone if he were talking to me like that.
Anything else from you lot? You're all
But
confused.
you are a good boy, Paz.
You seem to have that effect. All right, so Finn and I both need bear pelts. I think I just sort of give him like a little bit of a jostle. Like, Finn, can you cover this?
Yeah.
I try to shake him and see if any money comes out. All
It's in my right pocket. Stop shaking.
right, sorry about that.
You
Whoa.
reach in.
Would you like me to get it for you?
There's,
You have
there's
your
no
hand
calling it.
I think I just go, just come back down.
I'm just like starfish out, like, ow.
This made this worse.
You see as you're shopping, and obviously this is very confusing for this half-orc, but 3 of these mercenary type folks approach you. One of them, the lead, appears to be human with blue eyes and kind of a brownish hair that kind of flows down to the ears, slightly wavy, a little bit of a beard. Approaches you. You lot. You came in off the boat this morning. The Duke would like to see you.
I'm like fishing through his pocket. I'm like, we're gonna.
Is there
Gonna
any
need a
reason you
minute
can
on
tell us
that.
why right now?
Not as of current. We don't get a lot of foreigner travelers in here besides hunters and trappers. And given what we've just saw you interact here in the market, I don't believe you're all those. The Duke has taken an interest watching from afar by the manor as he made
Paz
his
is a
round from the
master
Rock Mining
hunter?
Company. Talking to Pelu. He has words with you. Perhaps he needs your help.
So I
If there's hope they
I'm
want it.
paying for the bears. So that's like friendly words, is what you're saying.
How much gold was it that we needed to
Look.
buy bear stuff?
There's
I'll
two
go
silver.
there with no resistance. I just need to hear them out first.
The half-orc was charging you all 1 silver piece for a bear, kind of a
Yes, the
pelt
two
that would
And
two
we
bear
got 2.
pelts for 2. I'm like, thank you, and I throw them back over my shoulder.
Yeah, I already paid 1 for Grace. I already subtracted it.
Okay. So these 3 mercenary folks are just approaching you, none of which seem to be aggravating or any, throwing you as far as like, any sort of vibes that they're
Not hostile.
treating you as hostiles. They're just approaching you because the Duke has apparently sent for them to ask you to head to the manor.
That and my
Right,
cat
this
was
is-
drawing a lot of attention.
This is not our best moment. Can we meet him in the morning when we're rested and more capable of,
No, please, let's go. Let's show him all the glory
Yeah,
that is
let's
us and
go.
Varys when he's drunk.
We have plenty of time to clean up while we're in the tavern.
I would really appreciate it if we could meet him in the morning.
I would too. I'm dressed in rags, and I don't have shoes.
Well, I certainly want to meet them now.
I'm just staring at the mercenaries because I don't know if it's like something they can even accomplish as far as like a reschedule.
We can notify the Duke that you would like to see him in the morning. That is perfectly acceptable. Again, we believe he requires your help.
Is it an emergency?
I don't really work for free.
Well, the Duke has quite a lot of coin. I suppose we could pay.
Wow, you really sobered up when he said coin, Varys.
Hey, you gotta have your priorities, huh?
You need to take the rest of the afternoon and rest in the tavern in the morning.
Was this Duke interested in our names, perhaps?
He definitely wasn't. I'm like actively trying to like back out with Finn.
The Duke has watched you from afar, and you seem to be quite curious to him. In addition,
Sure, we'll
you
talk to him.
We get
seem
that
to
a
be
lot.
wielding weapons and things, and
Oh, I certainly can see why.
Does he enjoy? Is he admiring my quarterstaff? It is a broomstick with rocks I've taped to either end.
He looks down on you.
I've
Are
made it
you
myself.
admiring my
Sure.
quarterstaff?
I've made it myself. Paz is a master weaponsmith.
We will tell. We will tell the Duke that you will meet him in the morning for breakfast. Then.
Thank you. Please tell him that we
What's for
take
breakfast?
his contact very seriously, and we will bring our A game tomorrow.
Look, I was just saying, like, we won't waste time. We won't waste time meeting up.
I'm
We
hungry.
have quite a few drunk people.
He's not going to want help tonight from that.
And I am not
We
nearly
could
in a
also meet
condition.
him for dinner, and we could take a short rest.
I am not nearly in a condition to meet royalty.
Listen, guys, I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of was steering the ship for 3 days. I would love.
noticed.
Thank you.
It was quite impressive.
Thank you. I think we should meet him in the morning.
I agree. You are not very fresh either.
The mercenaries at
Yes,
this
that's
point
kind
have.
of smell bad.
The
Left.
mercenaries at this point have moved off,
Yeah.
letting you all converse amongst yourselves.
I've got
Bicker.
Finn.
No,
I just throw the pelts over on top of Finn. I'm like, we should head back to what's his name? Radar. He's gonna be worried about us. What's his
Did
name?
anyone else need anything while we were in the market?
Do they have better armor?
Huh?
I don't expect we're gonna get much quality gear from this mining town. That smith looked like it was mostly for tools and gear, not
Is
armor and weapons.
Is there someone here who might be able to like appraise gems?
Oh, Paz is actually a jeweler.
I don't want. I like don't even.
But
I'm
I actually am.
I'm not even.
I actually
Like,
am a
why- I
master
can't.
jeweler.
Do we see any jewelers around?
I have tools.
He actually is proficient at that, but
I actually
go ahead
am
and
a
roll.
master
Go ahead and
jeweler.
roll an investigation check to move about the market, trying to find a somewhat of a prospecting type folk. That would
Okay, I
probably
can't
appraise
see
you.
I can't see the little.
Yeah, you had to do it from your character sheet. I
Yeah,
think as
okay, I
far
can do that.
as
Attributes. You said perception.
investigation is going to
Investigation.
be the roll. So I think for you it's just a +2. So you can always just roll a d8 off of the bottom right of the screen, and then add +2.
I'm just
to
gonna.
that. If you don't want to go from your character sheet, it's fine.
That's good. I had it open.
Oh,
All right, 19.
shit.
Yeah, you go investigating about the market, and you're able actually to find a kind of a darker-skinned dwarf. Appears to be, I believe, a hill dwarf is what I would commonly be called. Does indeed have black hair and slightly green eyes. Kind of has some intricate tools in the back of a wagon, as well as a couple different sacks. And he appears to kind of be kind of moving around, somewhat of like a bowl mixed with some snow that's been melted, as he's going through actual like soil samples and things like that.
I set Finn down by the door, or like the,
I actually
the
stay
edge of
standing
it,
up this time.
Yeah.
and I give him doing great. I think I go up to her and just,
Little wobbly.
excuse me.
You go up to him and what'd you
Him,
say?
yeah, okay. I said, excuse me, sir.
Yes. What is it?
I sort of glance a little out of habit, just a little nervously, and then I slip off my ring, and I sort of, what is there? Do you think you'd be able to tell me anything about this?
I suppose I could. Give it here.
I like hesitate, and then I hand it off. And in my brain, I'm like, you can always kill him. You can always
All
kill
right.
him.
You hand him the ring, and as you do, takes the ring and just kind of begins to kind of
In my brain, you could kill him if you need to. You can kill him
Slowly.
if you need him.
pulls it out. Fine gold, yeah. It's gem, though. I've never seen something like that before. It's quite peculiar. I mean, it resembles that of, I would say a ruby, but it's not. It's not that at all. It's not clear, not clarity. Begins to take one of those little scope things, magnifying glasses. He does. He stares at the rock. magnificently. The structure itself is rather crystalline in nature, almost like a geode. Deep within the earth, this must have been harvested. And very much so, it as... Doesn't be... I do not believe it's from here.
Not from here?
I don't believe it's from here.
Sir, what is here?
Like, here in the mountains, the Frostborn Mountains.
Right.
It's not from
Right,
here.
right. I go, right.
Yes.
Neither
As
am I.
he's
so that-
observing it with
that's
his
crap.
tools and everything, can I also be observing it with my tools?
Taz just
Sure.
licks it to see if it's like.
You see as you move like next to him and you're kind of having this slight little tussle of trying to get, good. You're
Well-
trying to look at it at the same time that this NPC is looking at, this dwarf, right? And he kind of looks at you and just kind of shrugs, like body checks you a little bit with the shoulder. What is this one doing?
Sir Paz is a master jeweler.
I didn't. Is there anything else that you can glean from just the?
No, but a rock like this, a stone like this, and not being from the Frosthorn and what it is, it's just, again, I've never seen anything like this before. I would think that this would be something very special.
It is. I just sort of take it back and put it back on.
I'll buy it from you.
I'll kill you. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, I can offer lots of gold.
It would be best for. I'm gonna go.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Hey, I look at him. You never saw it.
Okay.
And I just stare at him, and then I go to pick up Finnegan. You're still standing.
Yeah, I just kind of like put my arms up.
And I'm just so I
He's just kind of like a plank against the door, just lean up against it.
just look at him again. It's like, thank you so much for your time.
That's
I
really
like-
trouble.
What is this? What is a money here? Is gold and silver? Is there anything else?
Well, there's copper and platinum. So copper
I-
goes
like-
copper, silver, gold, and platinum.
I jostle Finn. I go, I'm sorry, Finn. And I like pull out one more silver and I just flip it towards him.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You
is
never
this-
saw us.
This is to silence me.
It's this or the sword, my new friend. Thank you so much. And just leave.
I'm gonna watch this transaction and I will pull out some copper, like 5 pieces of copper. Silver. And I will say, when everyone else has gone away, what do they say about people with small feet? And I'll kind of like hand them the silver.
That's what you're asking this person?
No, to Varys.
Yes. No. To the person.
You're asking
Oh,
the
what
dwarf.
the fuck?
He said, "Are you bribing me?" And I'm like, "Oh, money gets you answers or
Oh, okay.
things."
So you're
Right.
giving 5 silver. That's what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm still contemplating this. I'm curious about it.
Takes it, puts it in his coin purse. I don't want to say the wrong thing. That one scares me.
Oh, that's my friend. No.
Look, I'm not
fine.
after trouble here. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I mean, small feet is big heart, I suppose.
Oh.
Lots of greed, maybe. I don't know.
Oh. Small feet, big heart, lots of greed.
I love gold. I love money. I have big feet, though. I'm not sure.
I feel like I might be more confused than I was when I.
Yes,
asked that
I
question.
think that you would be more confused in this question. Maybe you should ask your companions over there. There might be better ones to ask about this. I'm just a jeweler.
I'm just like a
prospector.
yard or so off, just staring at her, just like waiting.
I've honestly, I've encountered some people with small feet before. They seem quite nice.
Yeah, thank you. That clears things up quite a bit.
Thanks
Thank
for the
you.
coin.
Mm.
Just quickly begins to pack his stuff into the cart.
Yeah, he made 6 silver. He's good.
I noticed Naya's kind of like not around the group as we started to walk, so I kind of wait up and linger like halfway in between the rest of everyone and her to make sure she doesn't get left behind.
Okay. So we're heading back to the tavern. Is anybody else wanting to do anything in the market?
I will smartly hide behind some sort of structure, gather as much snow as I can, come around the other side,
Oh
and
my
peg
God.
Varys as hard as I can in the face with it.
All right. Go ahead and what's higher, your strength or your dex?
Well, let me see here.
Neither.
Wait, no. Dex by far.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll acrobatics check or a flat dexterity check.
Okay.
12. Varus, I want you to go make a similar acrobatics or dexterity check. You hit Varus with this massive snowball right in the back.
I should have known that one was coming, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you should have. And then I'll just like run up to him and like.
Did
give
you get
him a
what you
shout.
needed from the jeweler man?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
All right. I'll go ahead and put you all onto the tavern map.
Okay. Just a time check. It's 11:03.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are at the time here. I'm just going to allow all of you to questions or anything like that. We can go ahead and close it out now. Seems like an okay time after going from the market, coming back to the tavern to settle down. For the rest of the afternoon and in the morning, meeting the Duke and seeing what he has to offer. I'll go ahead and leave the stream on now. If you all want to, if you have any questions or anything that has happened today, go ahead and ask it.
Oh, that's just stuff that really. I've just been actually just trying to even writing down. I just process information better
I got
with
notes.
words rather than speaking. To be honest.
Yeah,
Got lots of notes.
lots of notes.
We'll be taking. I got
Okay.
about 3 pages. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice.
Mitch Marissa has 3
I
pages too.
Barry, you got notes?
Oh no, I'm
Exactly,
writing in a
just like my
journal.
bestie.
It's more of a journal thing.
Yeah. I have marked Naya says we're best friends
Has made
now.
fun of me.
If
Yeah,
there, yeah,
that's
if
in
there's,
there.
if there's
I really thought I was
anything,
gonna get you with that jeweler.
I will say this on the whole lore thing. If you have any questions on like DMs, if you want like an actual, maybe kind of a synopsis of some of the information kind of typed out, I can go and send that over Discord and whatnot. I
That'd
have
be so
done
nice.
it.
Please
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, as far as journal notes go and things, I can sometimes like pop out certain things when we get to some kind of dense encounter areas and whatnot. If that helps you all with that. So, any other questions at all before I close out the stream?
I think I'm good.
Did we
Nah.
did we get
I-
any experience or anything?
Yes, yeah, definitely experience. I was gonna do that.
Can we
off,
stop being
I was gonna
level
do that, I was
1?
gonna do that off stream. I thought that might be a little better to, afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because you'll
Check
probably
You can announce it.
you'll level up with this experience.
Ah!
Yes. So
Oh my
mean-
god, I just became so awesome.
you all be.
Me too.
I mean, I
I
have
don't know if
nothing
I'm
to
awesome
choose.
yet,
Like
but I
I just
wanna
hit
be.
level. I just hit
Yeah.
level 2, and now it's just level 2. So.
Fighters just consistently go up. There's no
Oh,
real
boy.
At like
Time-
40,
ti-
they also get like 6 attacks and 40 feats.
Oh,
I don't know
boy, time-
about Michael's subclass though. Michael's
Oh
subclass
boy,
might-
I don't know about
time for me to be using a very busted channel divinity.
Is it if fighters don't get to choose their whatever until level 3, right?
3.
Yeah.
That's how it is with month.
All right,
Yeah,
guys, we
that-
gotta
that's
just
how it
keep
is with
punching
everything.
stuff. We just
Except
gotta
for
keep
clerics.
punching
Druids.
stuff.
Except the spellcasters for some
Yeah.
reason.
Except clerics.
Druids and
Druids.
clerics get the OP level 2 boost.
Okay, great.
I
So
think get them at level 1.
we just gotta keep
Clerics get level
murdering until we get to level 3, guys.
So I went ahead. I'll go ahead and keep it on stream then. So as far as experience points, you all gain 520 experience each. So I'm going to post that into chats. That should put you to level 2 and almost to level 3, I think.
How do I change that?
That's
A level
not
five,
a-
900.
So this is out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can do it off stream as far as leveling up. So I'll go
Yeah.
ahead and close it out, and then we can go through how to level up on Foundry together. That's fine. So if anybody's watching this, thanks for watching, I guess, and we will see you next Sunday at 4:00. So hopefully it was fun. All right, take care.